Long, 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 long. Peter Tosh, Brother Rusty ZA spinning the music. And we're going to have more music coming shortly from Ross DZA here in Atlanta, Georgia, Division 421 official DJ, one of the official DJs for the division and Marcus Garvey Day each year. Well, I tell you, he showed on some Garvey music last year that everybody was running and joining Division 421. So big up my brother Damani, and we're going to hear also from Brother Damani and the rest of the crew. But coming up now, we have an author who's a member of Division 421, and he's a brother that wrote the book, Teach Me About Garvey. And it's a special children's book. But I'm going to let him come in and explain the book. He's traveled all over the country and all over the world. He's a young brother. And he said one day he found out about Garvey. And from that, he's been searching more about Garvey. And his mission in life is to make sure all of our youths know about Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. Brother James Wilson, author, are you there? Brother James Wilson. Okay. He had said that he was there, but I don't see him. Brother James Wilson, are you there?
I'm here, Brother Ross. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I hear you now. I hear you now. Let me go ahead. So you have the floor, my brother. Big up, my brother. And thank you for stepping up in Division 421 as one of our promotion coordinators. And we're just so glad to have you part of the family, the African family. And you have the floor, my brother. Go ahead and take it forward.
All right, family. Greetings, race first to everybody. I'm Brother James Wilson. I'm the author of the children's book, Teach Me About Garvey. I wrote this book because there's a clear absence, and I would also say obsolescence of true race-first African-centered material for our children. And I felt what better way to start than creating some content for our youth about the most honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. You know, just like most of us, I'm 33. I'm sure everybody probably had a similar education where, you know, in our schools, especially here in America, you taught about Martin Luther King, we're taught about Rosa Parks, we're taught about Abraham Lincoln. You know, he's lumped into the Black struggle there, but we never talk about leaders, and our children are never presented with leaders who encourage independence, and not even just independence, but a reclamation of their biological geography. And so, you know, we learn about everybody else's history. We're taught to hold everybody else's history in a higher regard than our own, but they never normalize those like Mr. Garvey, your Nat Turners, your Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and so forth. They never normalize that to us. So we beget generation after generation of Black children who go forward without the premise of true independence and true nationhood. So that's just my spiel on why I created the book. Our children should be introduced to the fundamentals, African fundamentalism, as early as possible. You know, before they know Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, before they know Martin Luther King, who's a brother, before they know Malcolm, they should know Marcus Garvey, all right? So I'm gonna read the book, and after I finish reading, I'll give you all the link and ways that you can purchase this book. Every Garveyite should have this weapon. I don't even call it a book, it's a weapon, because what this does is it serves as an equalizer for the Black child's mind. So every Garveyite, no matter how young or old, needs this in their possession. And especially if you have children in your lives, whether they be your children, your grandchildren, nieces, nephews, family, friends, whatever, every Black child must have this book. And I'm not just saying it because it's my book, but they need content that reinforces the type of ideals that Mr. Garvey stood for and what we stand for here in the UNIA. So without further ado, I'm gonna read this book. After I finish reading, I'll give you all the information on how you can purchase the book and how to obtain the book, and I'll be on my way, all right? Here we go. Teach Me About Garvey. Teach me about Garvey, Miss Teacher. Won't you please? The great African visionary was an amazing sight to see. Before Rosa Parks, Malcolm X, and Martin Luther King, millions of African people all over the world followed Marcus Garvey's lead. He hailed from Jamaica, then ventured across the seas, only to see the mistreatment of African people just like me. African people were treated badly as far as the eye could see. So Garvey came up with a plan that would change our destiny. Marcus Garvey came to America and started the UNIA. That is the Universal Negro Improvement Association, okay? Marcus Garvey was courageous and bold indeed. He planted pride inside the hearts of African people like seeds. Garvey was a great organizer and he made things happen. He had a black steamship line with a black crew and a black captain. He started a newspaper that was called The Negro World. He even built a doll factory for little black girls. He owned buildings and trucks and ships like a nation. He would inspire many Africans, some Cuban, some Haitian, African American, Puerto Rican, Costa Rican, Jamaican, some Dominican, Brazilian, and even Chilean. Family, before I read this next page, I just want you all to know that I feel this is the most important page of the book and my personal favorite page. I'll read it slowly. He preached Africa for the Africans. Do you know what that means? It means I belong to Africa and Africa belongs to me. Oh, teach me about Garvey, Mr. Teacher, won't you please? African children should know Garvey like we know our ABCs. Let's learn about Garvey now so Africans all over the earth can make Africa a better place because it's our right by birth. Thank you, Marcus Garvey, for all that you did. We shall pick up where you left off. Love Africa's kids. The end. All right, family, so not a long book, but very effective, very instrumental, and basically, I wrote this book with a rhyme scheme to help our children retain the information that's in the book. And you'll see it, it's in board book format, it's durable, strong. While you might think, oh, this is good for my 6 and 7-year-old, my 5-year-old, it's very appropriate for them, but it's also good for your 8 and 9-year-old. Reason why is the literature that I use, the diction, the word choice that I use in the book actually accelerates the reading level. It was a young lady, and I'm not lying, she was 18 years old. She just happened to pick up the book. It was for her little sister. She read the whole book and became upset because she didn't know this when she was her sister's age. And like I said, she was 18, but imagine the type of Garveyites and the type of Garveyism we could unleash in our classrooms and different social settings that would associate and normalize the African fundamentalism of Mr. Garvey. You know, we're in the year 2020. 20 years ago, it was Y2K, and I'm sure many of us can remember that vividly. Today, we have children, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. 20 years is nothing for them. And in 20 years, they will be at the forefront of our plight. So we definitely need to plant the seeds now and be instrumental in creating the type of solution-driven, solution-solving Garveyites that we need going forward. So again, this book should be in every Garveyite's possession, every parent, every uncle, every aunt, every grandparent, everybody, especially if you have children in your lives, and even if they're not your own, that you should definitely have this book in your arsenal, and these books should definitely be in the hands of every African child worldwide. I also have this book translated into Spanish and Portuguese. I'm trying to find a way now to raise money to furnish some of the schools throughout Brazil and throughout the Spanish-speaking diaspora of African people so that our children there can have this information and this knowledge base as well, all right? To anybody wanting to purchase a copy of the book, please go to my website, mrbookshelf.com. The M is like mama, R like Ruby, bookshelf.com, mrbookshelf.com. When you order, I ship. I've been getting a lot of support, like Brother Ross Marvin said. I have gone to a few places over around the country, especially last year, pre-COVID, and I get very good reception when it comes to the book, and our children really yearn for it. They really adapt to it well. They perceive it well. They're very welcoming of the book. So again, mrbookshelf.com is where you can get your copy of the book. It's also available on Amazon and WeBuyBlack.com. That's all I had, Brother Ross.
Excellent, excellent. Let's badge it up for author, Brother James Wilson of Teach Me About Garvey. And Brother James, I definitely gotta say, ask you, were you a rapper back in the days? Did you drop rhymes and lyrics?
Hey, listen, I wasn't a rapper, but I was around a lot of rappers, and I always had an appreciation for literature and poetry and words. And so, yeah, I guess you could tell that in the book.
I'm telling you, your rhymes are so powerful and African conscious for us as African people, where the youth will grab onto that.
Definitely.
They just want to say the rhymes and the message will sink in. It will sink in. Big up, my brother. Big up, my brother. Continue the great works, because that book there, we all got to share this book here with all of our youths, because we don't want any of our youths to end up saying what the sister said to you when she picked up the book and read it, and she said she feel bad because she didn't know that information when she was younger. We want to make sure all of our youths get this book in their hand, and it's not anything too difficult and anything like that, but it's powerful. The message about Garvey and about us as African people is so powerful, my brother. So big up, big up. It's like, you don't even have to say, have a book with 300 words to be powerful. If your brother James Wilson, he just put together a simple book like that, and that's just as powerful, more powerful than the 300-word book or 300-page book, you know? So respect, and I'm so glad, my brother. And Brother James, he called me here in Atlanta and said, Ross, let me know what I need to do for 421, because he's an active member of 421, but he said he want to be more than just active member. He want to take responsibility. And also he serves on our Constitution, as our Constitution representative with the parent body meeting to update our government Constitution and see what we can do to make it better for all Africans at home and abroad. And Brother James, I put your link, everybody, check out the link in the chat to connect with Brother James Wilson's website and to get the book, because if you have children, this is a book you have to have in your library, because this year we give them a lot of power, deep power, African power, in just a short, simple time. And as Brother James says, let's go on around and rapping the lyrics of the book and singing the lyrics. Excellent, excellent, yes. Let's badge it up again. Brother James Wilson, the author of Teach Me About Garvey. And brothers and sisters, we have another great Garveyite, a brother who's been on the scene for the fight of Africa. A brother never stopped fighting for Africa. You'll see him in pictures with Dr. Martin Luther King. You'll see him with Stokely Carmichael. You'd see him in the Black Power movement in the 60s. Not only that, if you speak the word Black Power, this brother is the brother who gave it to us. And that was his charge, and set a fire to all Africans that we have to have Black Power. Know this brother here, he's still on the front line for us as African people. He's still fighting for us. And he's a brother, he gonna fight for eternity. And we all should do the same thing, fight for eternity for Africa and African people. And I'm so honored that when I had asked him if he'd like to be the main speaker for the 100th year of the UNIA First Negro Peoples of the World Convention, he was so honored. He was ready. And he's always ready for us as Africans. So, brothers and sisters, let's badge it up and put our hands together for a true African warrior, known all over the world, not just here in Georgia. call his name, people know him. Let's badge it up and welcome the Honorable Mukasa Dada to the 100th year celebration of the UNIA-ACL Global Government. What's happening, Baba Mukasa?
All right, African. All right. All right. Long live Marcus Garvey. Long live the revolution. Desalegn and the rest. Thank you very much. But before I speak, I want y'all to talk to one of Fidel Castro's soldiers to say a word or two. One that Fidel trained and made a doctor out of, and he lived with Garvex in Cuba. And my son, Dr. Beku. So Beku.
All right. Yeah, I just wanna come on here and say, long live Garvey, long live Fidel Castro, long live Che, long live Trish Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, Antonio Marcel, Sekou Touré, Ben Bella, the Palestine people, my people in Lebanon, the Coconut Revolution, our Africans in in the Solomon Islands, colony of Papua New Guinea, they had a revolution where they improvised and led a whole revolution with coconut, and I had coconuts. Literally, they made coconut tree. They used coconut trees as arms. They used coconut trees as ways to survive, eat, shelter themselves. I want to say long live our people in Guinea-Bissau, Brother Imani, Steve Biko, all my brothers and sisters there. I had opportunity of going to Cuba and studying medicine with our brothers and sisters and with Africans and indigenous people from all over the world, from Africa, from Egypt all the way to Sahara, from Ghana to Tanzania, down to Angola and South Africa, or Tanzania. I also studied with Africans in Nicaragua and Africans in Honduras and Garifuna people. And we got a chance to sit down in the same room and break that language barrier that our colonizers gave us. And we got a chance to build on Pan-Africanism and figure out how we're going to work and serve the world and heal the world. So I just want to, we got a chance to, and when we was down there, we started an organization called the Organization of African Doctors that had initially had more than 40 countries from in Africa, from all over the world, and co-founded that organization with a colleague, which is still going and has branches now, which is another sister organization. African Union has another, a lot of different organizations that's going on, that's still going on now. I just wanted to tell everybody that send some doctors to Cuba, send your children to Cuba, go to Cuba, learn about Fidel, learn about the revolution, learn about socialism, learn about communism, learn about Karl Marx, learn about Kwame Nkrumah, and Sekou Touré, and all of our, and Desalegn, of course, our Haitian revolution, which is the huge example for our people. I'm just realizing that Fidel Castro and Marcus Garvey were born in the same week. We just celebrated Fidel Castro's birthday yesterday, and now we're celebrating Marcus Garvey's birthday, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I just want to say long live Black Power, long live Brother Mukasa, long live all the revolutionaries and Pan-Africanism, and continue to do the great work you all are doing, and we will win. And Africa will unite under scientific socialism. Black Power.
All right, Africans. I just want y'all to know that I'm not in this revolution alone. Can't no one person or one people fighting on revolution to take us as a people. And we have to recruit our people into a worldwide army all over the world. And you have to be fighting for land. Our land is Africa. And you're fighting for Africa. And we need to take Africa back from not only the Europeans, but from the neo-colonialism of the Uncle Toms that operate and cooperate with the United States and Europe and Britain and France. These forces are our enemies. They have committed crimes against us from the time we met them 500 years ago, or however long it's been. They have done nothing but rob, rape, and murder and loot us and scattered us all over the world. And everywhere they scattered us, they took us from Africa and they gave us all different names. That's why when you look in the Caribbean, you'll find Africans with 1,000 different names. Some call themselves Jamaicans, Cubans, Venezuela, whatever they call them. The white man gave all them countries new names. He came to Africa and gave us a whole bunch of old crazy names. Like Cameroon, he saw some shrimps and he said, Cameroon, and named the whole country Cameroon. They divided Africa up into 56 to 100 different pieces, and every white nation, every white company, all of them took pieces of it. They broke it up in terms of white nations, and they also broke it up in terms of white multinational corporations and companies. All of them rape Africa, stealing diamonds, gold, oil, peanuts, and people. And that we have to organize worldwide. And this is where God would come in and where he was so important and is still so important. I don't mean to say was important because he's sitting here next to me right now, right here in front of me, Marcus Garvey in front of all of us and sitting next to all of us, and he's teaching. And that Marcus Garvey recognized that he wasn't no Jamaican, he wasn't no United States or American. He's an African, and he went and tried to organize Africans all over the world in every country and in every nation. So we as a people have to organize Africa. We as a people have to organize other people. And I want to organize at least people. And when we come together next time, and when we get this 5, on them 5 to go out and organize 5. And we want you to start organizing institutions and different things that Marcus Garvey organized and different things that we see we need today. Somebody said farming, somebody said doctors, somebody said nurses, but we need many things. Revolution comes in many forms, and all of us have to begin to use those forms. Just talk and quote revolution. You must not just talk and quote Marcus Garvey, but you must be like Marcus Garvey. You must do what Marcus Garvey spent his life doing, what Kwame Nkrumah spent his life doing, what Nat Turner spent his life doing, what Dessalines and said, kill them all, fight, kill them all, take your land, get them off your land. And you must show that you're doing more than just quoting these people, but you are being just like these people. You are a warrior. You are an organizer. And this is what we need. We are under attack. And we're not just under attack in the United States. We are under attack on every acre of land that we live in all over the world. And they're killing us. And they're doing everything, the United States doing everything to even help spread this virus on our people. When China sent Cuba some masks and some gloves and some other medicine for the virus, the United States blocked the ship. When Iran sent equipment and help to Venezuela, the United States tried to block the ship, but they sent out fighter planes and drove them back. But the United States have attacked Venezuela, and they continue to attack. They're attacking Nicaragua. They're raping and robbing and plundering and murdering and genociding the Congo right now as we talk. But we have to come together. And all of us who believe in dignity must come and fight for the liberation of Africa. We have these neo-colonialists that they have armed all over the world. They got guns and bombs, and when you win your freedom and fight and run them back, they even try to vote and get your freedom in these countries and you win. They come back with guns. They come back with bombs. They come back with armies and take the government like they did Kwame Nkrumah, like they did Lumumba, like they did Guinea-Bissau not long ago, like they did in Haiti not long ago. And they continue to invade Haiti over and over and over and over again. And we must fight and organize. They ain't stopped slavery. The jails and prisons ain't nothing but dry land slave ships. They got them all over the world, and it's your job to sink these ships. Burn these jails down, burn these prisons down. Go and take Africa back. Disrupt the government, disrupt the systems all over the world, disrupt everything they do. We must disrupt capitalism. We must disrupt imperialism. We must disrupt colonialism and these slave owners and these oppressors all over the world. We must disrupt them, make them where they can't function. Stick a knife in their mule, bring their plane down, but we must fight, and we must fight like hell, and we are no longer people that walk around and quote, but we're people that organize, we're people that educate, we're people that teach our people. So we need you to go out and start teaching and educating and bring people into the movement, and don't just operate for your individual self. Organize for the UNIA, organize for the movement. Get some clothes and shoes and socks and whatever you got to spare and send them somewhere in Africa. There are millions of children with no shoes, no socks, no medicine, no this and that. And that since we over here, go out there and help them kids loot or whatever you do. But go out there and get whatever you got. Go in your closet and just send it to Africa and give it to somebody where somebody can have shoes and socks and stuff that you don't need or have or want, or go out and want something. But we must rob imperialism. We must fight imperialism and take what we can get and send it to Africa, because our people need it, but they need it right here too, and they need it in Haiti and whatever. But we are hungry. We are starved. We don't have nothing. But yet our land is the richest land in the world, full of diamonds, gold, everything. And we're the most intelligent people in the world, don't get me wrong. We built the first schools and universities and kingdoms and started mathematics, science, chemistry, engineer, Ghana, Mali, Songhai, Zimbabwe, and millions of other things that we have done and disciplines that we have did all over the world. And then we took Africanism and spread it all over the world with the Moors and all these people building mathematics and pyramids and knowledge for people around the world. But we were invaded by Arabs, and they killed us and murdered us and took our land. And the Arabs were very vicious to us. They castrated our African men and then raped the women. This is what they have done to us. And then they move in on our land and dominate it and brainwash our people, make them think they're Arabs, make them think they're Americans, make them think they're French, make them think they're Europeans, make them think they're Dutch and all this, and cut our tongues out and make us speak out their language. Give us their gods, give us their whatever. We want our own. If the best way not to be somebody else is by be yourself, be an African. And you must rise up in the red, black, and green. Red for the blood, black for the people, and green for the land, Africa. So I say to you, we need revolution. I say all the Africans that can hear my voice, I don't care if you're in Guinea-Bissau, you in South Africa, you in Angola, Mozambique, you in Egypt, Palestine, wherever you are in the world, rise up. Let's come together and let's make that final blow on imperialism. Let's liberate Africa, because the liberation of Africa is the liberation of the world. And we must liberate Africa. And everybody that have repeated Garvey's words, you're right. Everybody that have done the good deeds for Africa, you're right. And you're being like Garvey. So be like Garvey by doing. Don't just be like Garvey by saying, be like Garvey by doing. Let's build 1 million Garvey schools, institutions. And any of you brothers that got children, young people, let's send them to Cuba and get trained in education and knowledge and medicine and other things and revolution. Send them other places, send them to North Korea to get trained in revolution. And then, and those of you want to be organized, I was just in Senegal and I saw thousands of children walking the streets with nowhere to go, with very little food, no shoes on their feet. And we could go to these places and put together some little schools and educate them and train them and make soldiers out of them, make guerrillas out of them, and train them to fight and educate them, teach them Garveyism and Nkrumahism and Sekou Touréism and Africanism and socialism, and train them and make soldiers out of them. They could make great blows against imperialism. So don't just sit on the sideline. What are you bringing into the movement? What are you bringing to the organization? Bring help. They need finance. They need all kinds of things. And the revolution can't just go on by itself. You have to help the revolution. I've been out here 60 years, 60 long years, and they went by so quick. And now you must prepare to go for 100 years until Africa's free. We must free Africa, and we must free our minds. The one thing they have robbed of us is our minds. They even made our beautiful women not know they're the most beautiful women in the world. Told them that they were so ugly. The hair was so bad. When you talk about the black woman's hair, the word bad come with it, bad hair. You got the most beautiful hair in the world, and you're covered up with a white woman's wig. Oh, hell no. You're beautiful people. We're the most beautiful people ever walked the face of the earth. And when we get where we can eat and have our Africa and liberate our Africa, you will see that beauty really rise up. But you cannot have strength and you cannot go forward until you liberate your land. We must liberate Africa. Africa is our home. Africa is our land. And yes, revolutions are bloody. I'm thankful for being part of Angola when they fought, and Mozambique and Zimbabwe and how you say, and Angola and how you say, Guinea-Bissau, and being influenced by Kwame Nkrumah, Muammar Gaddafi, Idi Amin, Marcus Garvey. These are our teachers, and this is what you must not just talk like, but be like. Carry this revolution on. Go to the front line and fight, and we will win. We will liberate Africa. So remember, Africa must unite. Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. And don't let me hear you talking about black folks in America. Hell, damn America. We Africans all over the world. And when we open up our mouth, we talking for Africans in every area of the world, known to us or unknown. We're speaking to all of them and calling all of them to the front line to go to the battlefield, to organize, to teach, to educate, to make war, to make revolution for the liberation of Africa. Long live Marcus Garvey, long live all the freedom fighters, and long live all the Garveyites, because all of you are making a great contribution. And every time you have a meeting, every time you talk about Marcus Garvey, you bring Marcus Garvey alive. Marcus Garvey is in every one of us, and we must make sure that we put him in every child and every woman and everybody, that where they can move forward with Pan-Africanism, move forward with the red, black, and green. So thank y'all Africans, Black Power, Uhuru, Pamberina Shimaringa, Amanla, long live Africa. A luta continua, a luta continua. Africa must unite. Booba, Africans, Booba. Booba means be strong. Booba.
Race first.
Race first. Let's badge it up.
Excellent.
Our
Thank
main
you.
speaker, Baba Mukasa Dada.
Africa.
Dada. Baba Mukasa, please give us a few more words, please, because your message is so strong. Over 60 years on the front line for African people. And Baba, I like your advice and everything. You talk about we gotta make a blow against imperialism and how they trick our sisters' mind, the most beautiful woman them in the world. and tell them that they're not beautiful unless they put on the white man hair or the white woman hair. Baba, come on, just speak a few more words.
Man, hey, look here. I tell you what, I heard somebody mention the name Mr. James. Do y'all know Mr. James?
Yes.
Who's with Marcus Garvey?
Yes.
I used to run with Mr. James. We used to be in, Mr. James, we used to set meetings up for Mr. James to come speak. And he would tell us about the movement and Marcus Garvey and his great role he played in the movement and what have you. And I think Mr. James lived in Chicago.
Yes.
But I knew Mr. James, somewhat knew Mr. James, and he was a wonderful man. And that, so I don't just talk about these Garveyites. I knew some of them old Garveyites up in Harlem, and they would be so appreciated when they see us in the SNCC or the movement or the Pan-African movement. They'd be up in Harlem and they just come out and welcome like they were our daddies and just encourage us to go out there and organize. They never told us exactly what to do, but they always told us to go out there and do. So we were very encouraged by the elder UNIA people, and they have always been the father and the mothers of all our movements, and we appreciate that, and we know that we come from them, and all the movements of liberation that's rising in the world today, all of them come from under Marcus Garvey and before Garvey, Jesseline, and many other freedom fighters that has come before us. But we have fighters in different places in the world, and like in Guinea-Bissau, they got a major African movement there, and they win the government, and every time they win, the enemies have given these neo-colonial Uncle Tom guns and bombs, and they invade them and come and blow them up and terrorize them and take over the government and won't let them have the government that they have legitimately won. So, and they have ran a good movement, and it's been, they have been more peaceful, but they got the masses of the people with them, and the enemy has been extremely violent. And that this is the same way with Nkrumah and Lumumba in the Congo. These are very nice, humble people, but the enemy is extremely violent and murderous. And now we must change our attitude. We must get organized. We must teach, but we must let the world know that we're going to fight for the liberation of Africa, and we're going to do it the way that we have to do it. If you bring violence, we're going to bring more violence. If you bring bombs, we're going to bring more bombs. But whatever we have to do, the most important thing is organizing our people and building a big youth movement. And I would like for y'all to organize at least 5, 5, and 5. Everybody bring 5 people to the movement. And we got to love each other a lot. We got to love each other and be willing to help each other. Be willing to give up a pair of shoes or socks. Make sure some of our soldiers and our organizers are not hungry. Make sure we have the equipment that we need to build a strong Garvey movement. So all y'all should be gathering equipment. If you work among the white man, bring few of his computers to the revolution. But you must bring something to the revolution, and don't just be for yourself. Be for the people. You be known for giving and serving the people, not just yourself. And it ain't about yourself. It's about what you do for the people and the people you bring into the movement and the minds that you win over to the movement. Go up in them churches and work with them. Start with what they know and let them sing their little Christian song. That's good. But go in there and convert them to the revolution. Don't just say Marcus Garvey and then get away from everybody. No, when you start saying Marcus Garvey, that means you go among everybody. Go to your school, go to your church, go to your community, go to your family reunion and convert them into being Garveyites. Convert everybody you see into being Garveyites and supporting the Garvey movement. Bring something to the Garvey movement. Bring support to the Garvey movement, and then we can move forward. Help build some little schools and under the trees and on your porch, and you got somewhere to work to meet in. But help build some little schools everywhere with these little children, Garvey schools. You ain't got to call it whatever you want to. But when they get in there, teach them about Garvey, teach them about Pan-Africanism, teach them about revolution. So everybody got to be productive. Production builds the revolution. So what are you doing to be productive for the movement? What are you doing to be productive for the struggle? So if you're going to be productive for the struggle, you have to give to the struggle. You have to organize for the struggle. And you have to make great contributions in every way to the revolution. And you have to encourage the revolutionaries to go forward. So, Brother Africa, unless y'all have a question, I'm going to salute you.
Salute, Baba, Dada.
Thank you, African.
Ricks, thank you, my
I
brother.
appreciate it.
Wonderful message.
I appreciate it.
Badge it up for Baba Mukasa Dada.
Thank
all
you,
the
African.
years he has given to us as African people. We say Black Power,
Black power.
Black Power,
Black power.
Black Power.
Red, black, and green. Black
Red
power.
Race first.
We talking about red, black, and green black power.
I'm talking about that's all.
Thank you, Africans.
And thank you so much, Baba Mukasa Dada. And he said, you gotta organize all the youths, everybody, have to bring 5 brothers and sisters to the UNIA or to black movements that's fighting for our people's liberation. And Baba tell us that we have to make war to cause liberation for African people, because negotiating ain't gonna work in these times, because they're gonna be like this for millions of years against us with their knee on our neck. So let's match it up again. Baba Mukasa Dada from UNIA Division 421, long time Pan-Africanist from the our people's struggles from the 60s, 60 years, over 60 years straight until this time, and still on the front line. And we have to say, badge it up and big it up to some UNIA division members who's been here from we've started. This is our 24-hour marathon in celebration of the 100th year of the first Negro Peoples of the World Convention, the 100 years of our plebiscite, our public declaration to set up the government, 100 years of the introduction of the red, black, and green flag. All of it happened during this month. And as President Mensah said earlier, the Constitution, the document that Garvey and our ancestors put together, is our constitution of our government. And everybody got to get a constitution. And when you join your nearest UNIA division, remember, all Africans at home and abroad are members of the UNIA because it was created for all of us. Become an active member. An active member is connected to a division and give $3 a month. As Baba Mukasa said, each one of us bring 5 people to the movement and things would change overnight. Brothers and sisters, we can do this. We got to organize ourselves. He said our greatest, as Marcus said, the greatest enemy of Negro people is disorganization. Is Brother John there, the first vice president for Division 421? I want you to come in and share a couple words, because later on Division 421 is going to be presenting during the 10 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. hour section. And President Clyde, Baba Mukasa mentioned the Honorable Charles L. James, the 5th President General of our government and thing. I don't know if you want to add any words to what Baba Mukasa was sharing.
Yes, I wanted to make a couple of comments. I wanted to give thanks for those very powerful words of wisdom from Baba. One, it talked about the Honorable Charles L. James and his contributions around the country and around the world with his powerful oratory. We did lift him up earlier at his exalted resting place here in Chicago. A couple of our Chicago divisions were able to go to that site earlier this morning and broadcast here. So we appreciate you again lifting him up. He and his wife did a tremendous job during his tenure as not only the President General, that as the 4th successor to the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, 5th President General overall, and also as a former president of Division 429 and founding member of Division 429 here in Chicago. Also, you'd mentioned that what we do does come with sacrifice, specifically with your time, efforts, talents, and with monetary support. So I want to restate that we are embarking on a very aggressive program with regard to our African Redemption Fund. So that is going to be the economic driver outside of our membership fees to launch some of our business enterprises. As you all may know, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey was able to launch a number of different businesses. Maybe you know about the Black Star Steamship line, but we also had dry cleaners, restaurants, grocery stores, a millinery, and so on. So we need to get back to that. We should not just accept that we can import everything we need from China or wherever. You know, we have a growing population of workers on the continent that is going to surpass everybody on the planet. You know, right now they are the youngest continent on the planet by at least 10 years. And so that means that we're going to need to have those schools that you spoke about, Baba. That means that we're going to have to be able to begin to produce more than we consume. And that, I think, is what the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey would have envisioned for us and carrying out his works, words, and deeds legacy. Thank you.
Ashe, President Clyde, Ashe, and big up to you, my brother. And brothers and sisters, coming up shortly, we have a very powerful video. The video on how, by international law, how the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey and our ancestors created the world government of the UNIA-ACL. So don't miss that, brothers and sisters. And plus we have more UNIA divisions coming forward. So we want to big up President Clyde. President Clyde, this marathon, yourself, Lady President Mukaraba from Division 407, Brother Kwabena, Dr. Kwabena, and a lot of the brothers and sisters. Oh, they're our co-hosts, Mother Moses. Also, all of us, we've been here from midnight and rocking it. And we have to big up Sister Executive Secretary, Sister Crystal Jackson from Division 330 in Washington, D.C. Sister Crystal, you really held it down, my sister. And in the wee hours, we're talking about, she held it down from midnight. Matter of fact, she was here from 11:45 all the way until like 9, 10 o'clock this morning. And we have to say that sister there is very powerful.
Now, I do have to admit and fess up. I ducked out for a few hours. Vice President Victor, Betts, and myself, we ducked out. There was a Black business crawl, as we called it, probably 300-400 people out that went from business to business in the south side of Chicago this afternoon. It was an awesome display. And I know those business owners who are already struggling due to the pandemic and the fact that folks are scared to come out, what have you, appreciated bringing our Black dollars and putting our Black dollars into another Black hand. So I would encourage other cities to try and establish that same sort of thing, to make sure that they can continue those economic engines that are going to provide jobs, goods, services to our community.
Ashe, Ashe. And give thanks for that update, President Clyde, because you had mentioned that y'all are going to go out there and do the works and everything else. And Division 429 in Chicago, Illinois is really doing big things for our government and building our government. And I see our Minister of Culture has joined us here, our UNIA-ACL Government Minister of Culture. So I definitely want to acknowledge her. And Minister, if you have any words that you'd like to share, definitely unmute your line and come on in, because when we have our government officers come in, brothers and sisters, we have to halt and pause and allow the message from our Black government, our UNIA government officers, to reach all Africans. Come on in, Minister Delali.
Great Garvey Day, everybody. How are you?
Excellent, excellent.
Yes, I just wanted to say I was on earlier actually, but I was trying to prepare for the reading of the Declaration of Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World with the President General, which just finished about 10 minutes ago. So I was here. I saw Brother Blyden. I saw Brother Clyde speaking to. Is it? I am Garvey, the brother who created I am Garvey. So I was here before. I definitely was, but I just didn't put my picture up. Yes, but I wanted to say great Garvey Day to everyone. I give thanks that we're getting together and we're trying our best to become a more cohesive government. And I look forward to the next 100 years. Race first.
Race first. Thank you, Minister of Culture, Sister Delali. And you mentioned the theme, Minister, of today's event. Garveyites, can we unite? And I see it's happening before our face, and we're so glad. And everybody's stepping up in the government and thing. And Queen Mother Moses, come on in, because you've been fire on this program. You lit this program afire from before midnight. So come on in, Queen Mother Moses, and say a couple words at this time. Unmute your line because we're not hearing you. Okay. Queen Mother Moses, we're not hearing you. I think your line was on mute or is on mute. Okay. She's trying to get it unmute now. Okay, okay. Well,
Race first.
Race first, race first. We have a whole bunch more coming on this 100th year celebration of our UNIA government. And I know Mother Moses will be with us shortly. So until she comes, we're gonna keep it moving. And next, brothers and sisters, Brother Horace there from Division 421. I think he's gonna share with us the presentation of how Marcus Garvey and our ancestors created this world government, brothers and sisters. We gotta know the story. We gotta know the story. So is that Brother Horace?
Yeah, I think I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just wanting to start the video.
Is that you sharing the screen? Hold on before you started. I just want to make sure. Is that your screen sharing?
I haven't shared it yet. I haven't shared it.
Excellent. Well, let me introduce this video here, y'all. And brothers and sisters, we know about Marcus Garvey, and we know a lot about Marcus Garvey. We need to know more about the UNIA, especially how the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey and our ancestors created the world government of the UNIA-ACL. And Dr. Tony Martin, the author of the book Race First, as President Lyon showed us earlier during the presentation of Division 433, and Consul General Farouk Mohammed from 2004 to 2010, they did the legal research on how our ancestors created this world government. And in modern times, Ethiopia has never been colonized and is the first government for African people in modern times. Then Haiti in 1804 is the second oldest government in this time. And then we have Liberia in 1849. And then the UNIA government, which was created August 31st, 1920. So our government is the fourth government that has been created in modern times. We're talking about modern governments. And after the UNIA in 1920, then the government in the Republic of Egypt was established. Because we have to all remember that the whole continent of Africa was colonized by Europe, except for Liberia, which was a colony of the United States. And Ethiopia was the only place where we as Africans remained in control. And then Marcus Garvey lit the fire all over the world because the Europeans, they were rushing back to Africa because we as Africans, we was burning down their plantations there in Africa. and they tried to do whatever they can. But once the message of Garvey lit the whole world on fire, it was nothing that they can do. Marcus Garvey had a lot of brothers and sisters who didn't like him, but there's nothing that they could do to stop our first President General, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. And if y'all do not know who the current President General is and our first 11 President Generals in the Black government, you got to know. So at this time, we got to big up and all the time our current President General, the 11th President General and the 10th successor of Marcus Garvey, the brother who sits in Marcus Garvey's seat today, the Honorable Michael R. Duncan from out of UNIA Division 432 in Queens, New York. And we can't wait for our President General to join us this afternoon. And we're expecting him to join us sometime soon.
Up and now. But get the laptop on finally from midnight. May I try to get it before midnight. It finally come on. Then I couldn't unmute when I get it. So now I unmute. Oh Lord, I'm going to cut me. Duncan, our general. Yeah.
General, Duncan.
Hey, Baba Mukasa, you hear? Marcus Garvey tell we no first we complain in the declaration. Then him say we demand and we insist. We not beg them nothing. We are demand and insist our rights. A study thing said. Bless up. And me are the black magic woman here, them better know. Magical. We make things happen out of nothing. And I, we've done so much with so little for so long. We are now qualified to do anything with nothing.
Ashe. And that's how it's always been for us as African people. We've always had to create something out of nothing. And brothers and sisters, coming now. Brother Harris, are you there? You can.
Yeah. Remember at the 24th minute mark, you're gonna have to chip in with your video. Okay. Exactly. I think I might have it queued, but you're gonna have to come in because you remember the video was 45 minutes, and after the 24th minute, you're gonna have to start the fourth video on your side, and then I can chip back over.
I got it ready on this side, Brother Harris.
All right, so here we go.
Introduce everybody.
Oh, why are you black? Why are you doing that? Stop it.
Okay.
Stop it. Why are you black? Why are you being black? That's not funny.
Okay, hold on. Let me get
this. It's like brown. It's not funny, bro. Stop it.
What's that?
I don't know how you got the access code. Brothers and sisters, if you don't sign in, you'll end up being removed. Okay, because I don't know how we got in here, because this is only for Africans at home and abroad. And if you're not African, you might as well come off right now.
What's going on?
Okay, we had somebody who jumped in on our line, but let me go ahead and mute all the participants while we're here now. Here,
hey guys, seeing the video?
Hold on, Horace. Horace, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. We had somebody who jumped on the line and started saying some foolishness, so I had to get him off the line and just blame him.
Okay.
Go ahead and share when you're ready.
Okay.
You know, we're not hearing anything, Horace.
You're not hearing anything right now?
No, we're not hearing anything.
Okay.
This is the history of the UNIA-ACL government that our ancestors created.
How's the volume now?
No, we're still not hearing any. Y'all hearing anything? No.
No?
Entonces, después le decía al abogado que sugiera un psicólogo que esa mujer está loca.
Yeah. Okay, so let me unmute you. Unmute your line, Brother Horace, and make sure the video is unmuted. But I have you covered as a backative, Brother Horace, if anything. You're muted, Brother Horace.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Well, that wouldn't help. You tell me now.
I can shoot it from this side if you like.
Are you all able to hear now?
Anybody hearing anything? Because it could be just me.
Is it?
No, nobody hearing nothing.
Oh, wow.
We had that problem before earlier in the program with another video too.
Oh, okay. I see what's wrong.
Okay. We can see your screen now. Okay, we see the video.
And interested people. For the past, I guess, 2.5 years, there's been a lot of interest that's been generated around the UNIA functioning as a government. This was not something that was generally understood previously.
The video 1 minute in. I want you started from not one minute, started from the beginning.
All right, so everybody can hear now though.
Yeah, we're hearing. Everybody else can hear? Yes, we're good. All right.
Greetings. I am Inea Rogers, Assistant Counsel General of the UNIA-ACL. The purpose of today's educational DVD is to provide you with information on how the Honorable Marcus Garvey established a government through the UNIA. We will talk about how Mr. Garvey accomplished that, how this government functions, and how in the 21st century this government looks. Today I have with me the Counsel General of the UNIA-ACL, Brother Farouk Muhammad, and he and I will be discussing these issues for your education. First of all, Brother Farouk, thank you for joining us today with this DVD. I want to first start off by asking you, what is the modern day definition of government?
All right. First of all, I want to say I'm happy to be here and to assist in the providing of information to our membership and interested people. For the past, I guess, 2.5 years, there's been a lot of interest that's been generated around the UNIA functioning as a government. This was not something that was generally understood previously. Most people have looked at the UNIA from an organizational perspective, from a spiritual perspective, and a cultural perspective, but never from a legal perspective. So, like I said, about 2.5 years ago, the Honorable Redmond Battle, who was the President General at that time and who appointed me as Consul General, asked me to look into the legal legacy of the UNIA. Got a chance to do that with the assistance of Professor Tony Martin, and was quite surprised, quite elated, quite happy to come to the understanding that a fully functional government had been established by Marcus Garvey. Now, that term needs to be understood with regards to how society today looks at government. The modern day definition usually has to meet 5 elements, 5 basic elements. One, you have to have a Declaration of Independence. That must be done publicly. You have to have a flag, you have to have a constitution, you have to have a plebiscite, which is a venue where people gather and publicly announce their support of this government. And you must get recognition from other governments. That is very critical. So those 5 elements are necessary if you're going to use the term government.
Okay, and I think it's clear to everyone that the UNIA does have a flag. The red, black, and green flag is very well known, and everybody understands that. But with those other 4 standards that you use, can you tell us how Mr. Garvey met those standards?
Yes, we'd be happy to. Most people are aware of the well-known statement that is attributed to Garvey when he describes how he had traveled all over the world looking for the black man's government. Where was the black man's kings and queens, people of high affairs? He, as a result of his efforts, determined that there was none, and then he declared, he actually used the word, I declare, that he would help to build one. I think where there's a fundamental failure in the people who have studied Garveyism is that they feel that, ask the question, did he do it? Was just a metaphor, an empty statement? Well, the answer to the question, yes, he did in fact do it. And not only did he make a declaration at that time of independence, but there was also a second declaration that was done in August of 1920 at Madison Square Garden. Now, the flag, most people look at the red, black, and green flag of the UNIA, this flag here, as a cultural symbol. Some people look at it as just for commercial reasons, but all flags are a symbol of the government. This is what you look at when you're trying to identify a particular government. Everyone knows that when you look at the red, white, and blue, you see it anywhere in the world, you know that represents the American government. However, when people see the red, black, and green flag, they don't think of it in those terms, and we need to start looking at it from the perspective in which it was established as a symbol of our government. Most members of the UNIA know that there is a Constitution. That Constitution, again, was not just written to give you a figurative expression, but it was real. There's a preamble to the Constitution, which again sets the standards in which this government is to be identified. A lot of government is to be identified. A lot of people look at the Constitution as something that can be used to govern your day-to-day activities. Really, the Constitution was established to identify the type of government that was being established by the Garveyites at that time. There was not enough time thereafter to further develop the Constitution, and I'll be happy to explain that at a later point. But I just want to emphasize that the elements were in fact met. The UNI published the Declaration of Rights of the Negro people of the world. If you study these declarations, and there's a lot of them, you will see that this was done to tell the world how we wanted to be identified. Plus, it was also done to hold a plebiscite. So over 20,000 people gathered from all over the world, and in 1920 that was significant, to declare that they wanted to be a part of this government. And this is something that every man, woman on this planet has a God-given and a legal right to pursue. That's all that was done. Again, we emphasize legality here because we want people to understand Garveyism from a legal perspective. There was recognition from other governments, most notably Belize and Costa Rica, just to mention a couple. The research has not been fully developed yet in terms of the nature and extent of how the government was developed. But at least we know that all of the elements to define a government was in fact met.
Okay, good. So now that you've told us about the standards and how they were met, can you tell us how this government functioned during Mr. Garvey's day?
Well, the research that we have done up to this point indicates that the UNI functioned as a government, a fully functional government, for about an 8-year period. And again, that's my guesstimate. Professor Tony Martin made it very clear that it would take an extensive amount of money and a lot of people to really develop this aspect of our history. This story has not been fully told, but what we do know is that the UNIA was able to send diplomats all over the world to different government bodies, which they were received. The UNIA had its own passports. These are all government functions. The parent body was put into action, not just figureheads, but it was functioning as the government officials that were regulating how the UNIA was to be looked at globally. I think another point that made our government so unique was the fact that this government had no territorial boundaries. It was a global government. So at that time, it represented the first, what I would call, independent black government and a global black government at the same time.
Okay. Tell us a little bit more about that concept of not having a land base for the government. Lots of people do recognize that a government is connected with a particular piece of land. Can you tell us why that's not a factor in not having the UNIA known as a government?
Well, I think, again, when you look at modern government, the land base is only a part of it. It doesn't have to have that as a main element in order to be recognized as a government. I think in my lifetime, the biggest illustration of that point was the Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO. Even today, still gets recognition as a government, but still wrestling over this issue of land. Garvey recognized the importance of having an anchor nation, which would be a land base that would serve as the international arm of the government, and was trying to finalize that. And Liberia, when the government of that time conspired to undermine that effort, Garvey then tried to work with his top lieutenant, Sir Isaiah Morta, who had willed over 500 acres of land to the parent body for African redemption, which again is a critical element because the African redemption is tied into our Constitution. The Honorable Marcus Garvey tried to finalize that, but because of the legal problems that he was having as a result of being in this country, it made it more difficult for him to function outside of the UNIA, especially as a government, the head of a government.
Okay, and not that we're going to discuss this issue very much, but we are working to finalize the steps on the land from Sir Isaiah Morta in Belize. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay. I think it's important that everyone understand that this land that was willed to us in Belize must be secured by the UNIA in the 21st century. We were really blessed that the way the land was willed to us could not be usurped by others who were trying to obtain that land for their own personal reasons. The Honorable Redmond Battle was made aware that the land was still there in Belize. It was undeveloped land. No one had taken it or was able to do anything with it. So we were able to restore our legal claim to this land, and efforts are being made now to finalize obtaining the deeds. But everyone who calls themselves a Garveyite needs to understand that we have a legal and a moral obligation to raise the monies, take the legal steps, to take the physical steps to not only secure that land, but to develop that land. When I say a legal and a moral obligation, the Honorable Marcus Garvey himself identified this land as a critical, important piece to the UNIA. And he also profiled Sir Isaiah Morton. I believe he, in philosophy and opinion, Sir Isaiah Morton is the only person, only individual that a chapter was dedicated to, a full-page picture of him, to leave this message to us that this land base is important. And so as we go forward in the 21st century, we must make sure that beliefs, all Garveyites must make sure that we're working together to ensure that this land and beliefs becomes a part of whatever this government does for the 21st century.
Okay. Okay, thanks for the update on beliefs. Now, returning to the government that the Honorable Marcus Garvey established, was this a provisional government or a permanent one?
That's a very good question. As people begin to articulate more that we are a government, some people are asking the question whether or not what was done in the 20s was a provisional or a permanent aspect. What I can say to you is that the Honorable Marcus Garvey was given the title as the provisional president of Africa. And he accepted that title on a conditional basis until such a time when the different countries in Africa were able to secure their own independence or would be moving towards the United States of Africa. With regards to the UNIA, in all of the research that I've done in totality, Marcus Garvey made it clear that he was talking about a permanent government, and this is the way that he wanted us to look at the government of the UNIA. So I think that people need to separate that distinction between him being the provisional president of Africa and what he wanted the UNIA government to look like.
Okay. So we're talking, you're talking about things that Mr. Garvey did back in the 1920s, and here we are in 2009, more than 80 plus years ago. Tell us how we are working to restore this government and why it is our belief that this government still has legal standing over 80 plus years later.
All right, let me answer in reverse here. From a legal perspective, modern law is looked at in terms of when a legal standard has been set or law has been established, unless that law has been declared illegal or unless it's modified in some shape, form, or fashion, even though it is dormant, it is still law. That's universal. And so everyone understands that concept. So when we had a situation where the UNIA was not developing the government for however long this occurred, it has the right to restore it whenever it decides it wants to do that. And no one can challenge it because it's already been determined to be a legal standard. And so that's what the Honorable Reverend Battle decided that he wanted done. That is what has continued now with the current administration being led by the Honorable Single Baye. And so we have that legal right and that lawful right to restore this government. And that's exactly what we're doing. Now the vision for it, how it's going to be done is a multifaceted kind of approach, and everyone needs to understand that we are still in the what has continued now with the current administration being led by the Honorable Single Baye. And so we have that legal right and that lawful right to restore this government. And that's exactly what we're doing. Now, the vision for how it's going to be done is a multifaceted kind of approach. And everyone needs to understand that we are still in the embryonic stages of this, because when you talk about restoring the government and you talk about preparing the government for the 21st century, that's something that's going to take years to do, and a significant amount of people helping to do this. But what we have realized at this point, and what we're in the process of doing, is upgrading the Constitution. It's really important for people to understand that we need to have a 21st century aspect of our Constitution, which was written more from a 20th century perspective at that time. And then we also need to develop the Constitution so that we have laws that pertain to the internal aspect of our citizenship. Many people need to understand, I would say most of our people need to understand that this is something that is exciting to me, it's exciting to a lot of people, and when we encourage everyone to look at this from the perspective of having a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be a part of a Black law, be a part of a global Black law, and to help to develop this. So we need a lot of people to come and help us to restore this Constitution, to shape it in a fashion that is suitable for the entire 21st century. We want people to have that insight and the foresight to see where we can go with this Constitution. So that's one of the critical aspects that has to be done. We, like with Belize, we are taking the legal steps to reclaim our properties and other intellectual documents and things of this sort globally. And in light of the fact that the UNIA was established in over 42 countries, you can imagine that's going to be a massive undertaking. Another thing, just to illustrate, I think the one that has really got everyone's attention is the international expatriate movement. And there'll be a separate meeting to talk about that, but essentially it's a program that will be moving the UNIA from a membership entity into a citizenship one. And that's going to open up a whole day for the UNIA. So these are some of the things that are being done.
Great. And as we close out this DVD, can you tell us how you and the President General Assembly of IA and the present parent body are looking with the vision for 21st century government of the UNIA looks like, and give us some examples of what we will see as we work toward restoring this government?
Well, one of the first things that is being done is a massive educational program so that our membership are all on one accord. We then look at ourselves as citizens and global citizens. A lot of work that needs to be done on that. Developing the parent body and the official offices that have to be established. Again, this is a long-term kind of approach. And responding to the other governments who have indicated to us that they have an interest in working with us. Again, that's another massive undertaking. But these are some of the works and visions that we have for the immediate future. The Honorable Single Body has many programs to address educational matters, health matters, economics. These are all things that pertain to the African Communities League that was also established with the UNIA-ACL. So that we'll have a 21st century aspect of that. The work is moving forward, and it's an exciting day in the UNIA. We really encourage people to come and not only look, but partake.
Very good. Thank you very much. You have heard the information provided to you by the Council General about Garveyism and how we establish this government, the UNIA as a government. We encourage you to study this DVD, to understand how it fits in your life, to be able to speak about the things that you have seen in this video as if they are real to you, make them real. I encourage you to call me, Ania Rogers, if you have any questions or concerns about this. I can be reached at 202-365-5503 for any questions that you may have. We also encourage you to work within your division to make sure that you and all members of the division are fully informed of this real government, UNIA. Thank you very much.
Greetings.
All right, you want to pause yours now, brother? Laras?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Okay,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
pause yours and unshare your screen.
Okay, let me stop share. And you go ahead and we'll watch the last two parts. The last two parts, y'all, is on the international expatriate movement. Go ahead when you're ready, Brother Harris.
Yeah.
Greetings to you. My name is Farouk Muhammad, and I'm the Consul General for the UNIA-ACL. Welcome to this educational DVD with regards to the international expatriate movement. Those who are now looking at the UNIA from a government perspective, you know that you have to look at philosophy and opinion, the Race First book by Professor Tony Martin, Message to the People, Course in African Philosophies. There you will find a lot of historical information on how our government was established, how it was developed. But this program today is going to look at how the UNIA is going to restore this legal legacy and take it into the 21st century. We have with us today the Assistant Consul General, who's acting more as the Acting Consul General, Sister Ania Rogers. She's going to explain to us about the International Expatriate Movement, better known as the IEM. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
The whole term expatriate is pretty alien to a lot of the people that I've been talking to in the past few years. So let's begin with that question. Explain an expatriate. What is it?
An expatriate is a term that refers to a person who has left their country of origin and is now living in another place that is foreign to his or her country of origin. So expatriates have certain rights relative to their country of origin. So if that person has left their country voluntarily or involuntarily, they have not revoked their rights from their country of origin, and that country of origin has not revoked their rights, that person and any of that person's descendants still has certain citizenship rights from their country of origin. What we learned through your research with the Legal Defense Committee was that people of African descent have not used this concept of an expatriate, but it is a well-established concept that others around the world have used in order to have citizenship from their countries of origin.
I would go so far to say that everybody that I looked at has some kind of expatriate society organization established to assist those citizens. I think we're about the only one left on the planet. A lot of it has to do because we never asked.
Right.
But let's bring this concept now to the UNIA-ACL. What does the this whole expatriate business have to do with us?
The UNIA is attempting to restore the legal legacy that was left by the Right Excellent Marcus Mosiah. And in that way, the Legal Defense Committee has been assisting to restore this legal government. The LDC, the Legal Defense Committee, has been pursuing this goal of expatriate in order to pursue legal claims that we, born outside of the African continent, have with the continent of Africa. We have been affected by the slave trade that occurred certainly hundreds of years ago, and in an attempt to heal what has occurred because of that slave trade and to unify all of us with the continent of Africa, we are pursuing this whole notion of expatriate. It is an attempt to have us reclaim our citizenship with the continent of Africa through the UNIA pursuing its global authority in the world.
Okay, now I basically heard three different things. I just want to go back over them so it'll be clear to our viewers. You have the UNIA-ACL as a government.
Yes.
And then the Legal Defense Committee has been established by this parent body to protect and pursue
and restore the legal government.
Right. And then from the Legal Defense Committee, the International Expatriate has been established.
That's correct.
Okay, so just wanted to be clear about that. And you also mentioned pursuing legal and, you didn't use this word, but spiritual claims with the continent of Africa. What types of legal claims?
Well, we believe that there are land claims, monetary claims, rights of dual citizenship, and with regard to the spiritual needs, there is a real traumatic episode that we have gone through as Africans removed from our country of origin. And through this IEM program, we seek to have ancestral healing so that these things that have affected us in the past can be wiped out, and we can operate as people who are not affected by such things that have happened to us.
By this parent body to protect and pursue
and restore the legal government.
Right. And then from the Legal Defense Committee, the International Expatriate has been established.
That's correct.
Okay, so just wanted to be clear about that. And you also mentioned pursuing legal and, you didn't use this word, but spiritual claims with the continent of Africa. What types of legal claims?
Well, we believe that there are land claims, monetary.
I think somebody just raised their hands. A couple of people just raised their hands. Is it concerning the video?
I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it good here from the UNIA CBPM office in Atlanta.
A couple of people raised their hands though. I'm not sure if it's relative. If you guys have questions, just write them down.
Good. Everything good.
All right?
Yes.
Okay.
Monetary claims, rights of dual citizenship, and with regard to the spiritual needs, there is a real traumatic episode that we have gone through as Africans removed from our country of origin. And through this IEM program, we seek to have ancestral healing so that these things that have affected us in the past can be wiped out, and we can operate as people who are not affected by such things that have happened to us.
Okay, so those people who want to participate with the IEM, this is what they will be benefiting?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. That will be quite historical because we've suffered from a great disconnect.
That's correct.
And I think it's existed on both sides. So the IEM will be assisting in a healing aspect for those of African descent in the Western Hemisphere. But what about those on the continent?
Yes, it will be a healing process also for those on the continent. There's been a great effort to give misinformation to both sides of the story, so to speak. And those on the African continent have been given information that is not true about those of us in the Western Hemisphere, and vice versa. And what we do is seek to wipe out those things and have a healing process so that we can be one united Africa, as the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey wanted us to be.
Right. Now, when you talk about the continent of Africa, currently there's over 50-something countries there. The international expatriate movement is really in its embryonic stage.
That's correct.
It's still going through a nationalization and a naturalization process. What countries in Africa would be the most receptive to this concept?
Well, we've had some countries which have already approached us about having something similar to this done. Countries like Senegal, Ghana, Benin, Kenya, Uganda. Those are some of the countries that will be in the first wave that we will approach. And then there'll be other countries that we will approach later, like Togo, Nigeria, Morocco, and Ethiopia. All those countries we believe will be receptive to this program of the International Expatriate Movement.
Now, on this end, the International Expatriate Movement, is this something that's being pushed by the UNIA itself, or are there other entities that are working with the IAM?
Yes, there are several other organizations with which we've made alliances, and they are working with us to also pull off this international expatriate movement. The Sullivan Foundation, the Rastafarian community, are just a few of the organizations that we'll be working with to bring about this international expatriate movement.
Okay, so it'll be a coalition effort?
Yes.
All right, that's good. So, I think one of the big questions that we need to answer, can anyone of African descent participate in the IAM?
That's a yes and no answer. You first have to be a member of the UNIA in order to participate in this international expatriate movement. So the process begins with you or a person becoming a member of the UNIA. Thereafter, there's a nationalization program that a person has to go through. And the nationalization program involves people learning and being educated about Garveyism, how Mr. Garvey started this government, how it operates, and those kinds of things. That information is being provided on a separate educational DVD. After a person has gone through the nationalization program, they will be certified as knowing the information they need to be good citizens. Because after all, we are moving from being a membership organization to having our members be citizens.
Hey, greetings, family. We have to pause the video and interrupt it. There's a lot of knowledge about how Marcus Garvey and our ancestors established the government, but we're about 20 minutes late into the presentation from UNIA Division 401 in Chicago, and they have one of their members who has to go into the hospital, and
Lord. Okay.
we have to bring them forward now so that way they can make sure that they get their presentation done for the 100th year.
Yeah.
So,
I'll stop sharing, but just to let the guys know, folks know, it's available on YouTube. You see the title, what was it called? But you can find it on YouTube.
I put it in the chat. I put it in the chat. History.
Oh, you did? Okay, beautiful. I'm gonna stop sharing now.
Okay, let's bring in, let's badge it up, and we ain't going no place, y'all. We're staying here until the last person leave, even if it's tomorrow daylight. Okay, because I know there's a lot of questions that brothers and sisters have. At midnight, once we close the ceremonial part of the program, the 24-hour program, we're gonna have open mic. So we're calling for all the poets, all the rappers, all the singers. We're gonna celebrate just like our ancestors did in the first Negro peoples of the world convention. We're gonna celebrate the same way, okay? So I don't wanna take any more time. I wanna bring forward now a division. And this division, I've seen it, could be the strongest division in 2020. in the UNIA. This division here, they've been around for decades, and probably 50 years or more, but we'll find out once they come forward. And this brother here, who's the president, President Marua, man, is the hardest Garveyite I know of. Him and President Lyon, because they don't joke. President Marua will tell you the story where he had to go snatch the red, black, and green flag out of some people who wasn't representing the UNIA properly. This brother is no joke, and he's my blood brother, not my blood brother, but ancestral blood brother, and he's just given me enough love all the time, enough respect. So at this time, brothers and sisters, let's badge it up for President Marua, who's generational Garvey. Many generations of his family been in the UNIA. So at this time, President Marua, badging it up for you. And let's all badge it up for Division 401 in Chicago, Illinois. Come on, the President. You're on mute, so you probably have to unmute your line. You're still on mute. We still can't hear you. Double check. By the way, let me assign you co-hosts. If you can unmute your line, and I got to make you the co-host. We say one God.
One God.
One aim.
One aim.
One destiny.
One destiny.
Okay, President Marua, you're co-host, so you have.
Thank you, President Ross, for that warm introduction. I hope that I can live up to your words. But I'm kind of technical, computer illiterate, so I'm learning how to do these things. But is it any way possible that we can have Sister Janelle, our propaganda committee chair, to actually be the co-host? Can we do that, Sister Janelle?
Yes, she's co-host right now, President.
Okay. All right, so I'm just a member with Garveyite, so all Africans have to work together. So I'm gonna turn it over to somebody who's more informed and prepared than me, and she'll just let me know what she wants me to do. But this is our committee propaganda chair person, and turn it over to Sister Janelle.
Peace, everybody. So first off, I want to say thank you from Division 401 for allowing us to participate in this. This is a very powerful piece. I enjoyed the video. Thank you so much. And with that, we're going to begin this the way we always begin any of our Garveyite festivities, and we're all going to put our fists up and repeat after me. You don't have to unmute. We can see your lips. One God.
God.
One destiny.
One aim. And one destiny.
Okay, one destiny. Africa for the Africans.
Africa for the Africans.
At home and abroad.
At home and abroad.
We want to say thank you to all of our ancestors that walked in these shoes before us, all of the officers that are passing down their jobs to us. We take those humbly and we appreciate you. We're going to continue on with our I think we're going to continue on with our Lady Vice President, and she's going to continue with our opening rituals.
Okay, where are you?
She might not, I don't know if we're all unmuted, but if Sister Shavana could be unmuted, if Brother Alton can be unmuted, if Brother Anthony Jackson can be unmuted, if Brother Abdullah can be unmuted, because I know I could not unmute myself either. I don't know who's unmuting people, but if you could allow them access, they will all be speaking for us, as well as Sister Tanaya Scott.
Yes, Sister Janaya, everybody's unmuted. They just have to unmute it on their side.
All right, Queen, it's on you. Go ahead.
Okay.
How about if we let we do the ode to the flag and then come back to
Sister Shavana can't unmute. Let me see if I can unmute her real quick, because I believe since he made me a host, I can unmute her. So let me unmute her. Or I just asked someone to unmute her.
Thank you. I have been unmuted.
All right, we ready to roll. Let's go, Queen.
Guys, so very much. I want to do the official UNIA pledge. Okay. I commit my body, mind, and spirit to the protection and security of the red, black, and green. I dedicate my life to the redemption of Mother Africa and the liberation of her scattered Black children. I accept for myself and my descendants the teachings of universal African nationalism. I promise that our children will be instilled with the purpose and knowledge of themselves as African people, in order that the cause of our struggle will neither falter nor fail until all Black people are free and united through one God, one aim, one destiny.
One death.
Yes.
Indeed, Queen, very powerful. Thank you so much. And we are now going to go to our Sergeant at Arms, Brother Anthony Jackson.
Okay, we're going to do the adoration of the flag. This is a call and response. If you're on mute, that's fine. If you're not, that's fine as well. Here's to this flag of mine.
Here's to this flag of mine.
The red, the black, and the green.
Red,
the black, and the green.
Hopes in his future bright.
Hopes in his future bright.
Africa has seen.
Africa has seen.
Here's to the red of it.
Here's to the red of it.
Great nations shall know of it.
Great nations shall know of it.
In time to come.
In time to come.
Red blood shall flow of it.
Red blood shall flow of it.
Historians shall write of it.
Historians shall write of it.
Great flag of mine.
Great flag of mine.
Black of it.
Here's to the black of it.
400 million back of it.
400 million back of it.
Whose destiny depends on it.
Whose destiny depends on it.
The red, the black, and green of it.
Red, black, and green of it.
Flag of mine.
Flag of mine.
Here's to the green of it.
Here's to the green of it.
Young men shall dream of it.
Young men shall dream of it.
Face shots and shells of it.
Face shots and shells of it.
Maidens shall sing of it.
Maidens shall sing of it.
Waving so high.
Waving so high.
Here's to the whole of it.
Here's to the whole of it.
Colors brought and pole of it.
Colors and pole of it.
Please is my soul with it.
Please is my soul with it.
Regardless of what is told of it.
Regardless of what is told of it.
Thank God for giving it.
Thank God for giving it.
Great flag of mine.
Great flag of mine.
I say, family.
Ashe, brother, thank you so much. All right, so we are done with all of our rituals. You know, we have to open up any segment we do in an honorable way. We honor our ancestors and we honor the path that we led. It's important that in the 21st century, we still keep up those traditions. So with that being said, we're going to bring on our lady president, Sister Tanaya, and she is going to welcome everybody coming from our division. Go ahead, Queen.
Greetings, family. Can everybody hear me?
Ashe, we hear you, Queen.
Hey.
Hey, sis.
Hey, sis.
Peace.
Peace, everybody. Welcome and greetings to all Garveyites from all over the world.
Ashe.
Ashe. We came together today, family. We together today.
Yes, we are.
Okay, brothers and sisters, we are hailing all the way from the Midwest here in the windy city of Chicago, Illinois.
All right.
Yes, yes. We would like to welcome you to the Sir Isaiah Mortar Division 401 premiere of the 100th year celebration of the UNIA-ACL.
Peace.
Sir
Peace.
Sir
Sir
Isaiah Mortar.
That's right.
Ashe, Sir Isaiah Mortar, yes.
Yes, sir.
Brothers and sisters, we are elated to be here with you on this joyous occasion. We would like to give thanks and honors. We want to give honors to our UNIA ancestors, Ashe.
Ashe.
We would like to give honors to our UNIA elders, Ashe.
Ashe.
Ashe. Ashe.
We would like to give honors to our President General, the Honorable Michael Duncan, Ashe.
Ashe.
Ashe. Ashe.
We would like to give honors to all the UNIA presidents, commissioners, officers, and members of the UNIA-ACL, Ashe.
Ashe.
And lastly, we give honors to those who put together this wonderful Garvey Day celebration program, Ashe.
Ashe.
Yes. We have a wonderful program in store for you this evening, so buckle up and enjoy this historical event. Again, family, welcome to the Chicago whirlwind. Africa for the Africans.
Africa for the Africans.
Those at home.
Those at home.
And those abroad.
And
Those
those
abroad.
Welcome.
Ashe.
Ashe, Queen. All right. Thank you so much. That was a great welcoming, Queen. Yes, all our ancestors and all of our officers, our standing kings that are running us right now. So let's see. Next, we are going to move to the head of our house. And the head of our house in Chicago, Division 401, is Mr. President Marua Farrell. He's going to come on and he's going to give you guys a little history about our division and tell you about who's coming on after him. So, brother, go ahead and take the floor.
Race first, everybody.
Race first.
One God, one aim, one destiny. First of all, let me say that this is truly historic and an honorable occasion here. This is 2020, y'all. You know, 100 years ago, you know, we were actually, when I say we, I'm talking about the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. We were actually showing the world that we were the largest Black movement ever. 100 years ago, we actually got together in New York, and we started 15 days ago, where we had thousands of delegates, and we had thousands of members who came to represent the Black government, and they gave us our flag 100 years ago. So as we say in Chicago, the Honorable Marcus Garvey had the answer 100 years ago. We don't have to sit around and actually try to figure out what to do. What we need to do is just pick up the Black print, dust it off, and put it to work. That's what we're doing here in Chicago and the Sir Isaiah Mortar Division 401 is we're working the Black print. We ain't creating nothing new because we have not reached the point of our ancestors 100 years ago. You don't change nothing until you use what has been given us. And I'm just so grateful. I am so grateful to be a part of the Sir Isaiah Mortar Division 401 of the UNIA. And I have to say, and I might be a little bit biased, y'all, I have to say that Sir Isaiah Mortar Division 401 of the Universal Negro Improvement Association is probably the best division you could be a part of in the Universal Negro Improvement.
That's right, Pres. That's right.
I said it, and I'm so happy because I'm proud. I'm a proud African. Not only are we a part of that best division that you could be a part of in the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Not only am I so happy to be a part of it, I can say honestly, because this year I turned 50 years old. Crack don't crack, y'all. This year I turned 50 years old, and this has been the only division. It has been my religion, because coming out of the womb, my mama and my daddy took me to Sir Isaiah Moore, the Division 401 of the Universal Negro Improvement Association.
Wow.
I got 50 years in part of the division, and the division was around way before me, y'all. Way before me. Now, the actual history of our division, the actual beginning of our division, we haven't been able to find. We haven't been able to find with certainty when exactly our division started. But we know that we were around, I believe we found out that we had got incorporated in the state of Illinois in the 30s. Now, in Chicago, we had a lot of divisions, and we had people a part of these divisions, and that we know that it was a division. I can't think of what the division was, but it went up to one. It was we know it was around up until 1924. Sir Isaiah Moore, the honorable ancestor that we took our name after, he made his transition into ancestorhood in 1925. And he showed what you should do as being a Garveyite. Because you don't just sacrifice in life. Sir Isaiah Moore made sacrifices in death, because he left us a whole lot of land, y'all, and money to carry on the Universal Negro Improvement Association. And that was in 1925. Some of our ancestors, some of our elders believe that the Chicago division took the name of Sir Isaiah Moore after his death. That was in 1925. Let me just say that we have had, and I got to pull up some of the things that was sent. We've had some wonderful members a part of our division. First of all, of the 8 graduates of the first class course of the African philosophy given by the Honorable Marcus Garvey, we had three of the members of the 8 who graduated were a part of Sir Isaiah Moore, the division of Chicago, Division 401. Those 3 members that were a part of this division that I am blessed to be the president of, sometimes you don't necessarily see a blessing, but I'm honored to do the work with in this division, were the Honorable Charles L. James. He was the first vice president of 401, of Division 401. Ancestor, the Honorable Eleanor White. She also graduated in that class. And Nathaniel Grissom also. So we got 3 people in our division that actually graduated from the class that was taught by our founder, the first president general of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. I have to say that since I came into the UNIA, and I came in about 1972, I was 2 years old when I came into the UNIA. But Mama brought me on her hip. No, I was walking because I started walking early. But when I walked in with Mama in 1972, we have had 4 presidents of Division 401 that I have been blessed to actually know, and that they in their own rights have done a lot of work for African people. In 1972, the president of our Division 401 was the Honorable William Davis. After William Davis was the president, Dr. Lorenzo Martin was the next president. And after him, Dr. Anderson Thompson. And I know people hear about a lot of our educators and our historians. And I have to say that Chicago has had a lot of great historians, but one of the most humble men that I knew, and one of the most smartest men that I knew also, as far as African people, was Dr. Anderson Thompson. And then after him, the previous president, right before yours truly, was the Honorable Dr. Don Linder. President Don got me at a meeting. I came to a meeting, and he said that he needed young blood to go ahead and help with building the division, or keep building the division. And I was sitting there and I looked around and I realized that I was the youngest blood in the meeting. And I was nominated, and they actually had me, they elected me to be vice president. And here I sit as the president of Division 401. I have to say this, y'all, on this program today, we just had our elections on August 1st. And on August 1st, we had three-fourths of our members to come out and vote for the elections of officers in the University Negro Improvement Association. So we had over 50%. We had 75% of our members to come up and show up to vote for our officers. So at this time, we have new officers. And although I have to say that they have not been sworn in yet, they will be sworn in on Monday, the birthday of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. Division 401s officers will officially be sworn in to take their positions and responsibilities in race work. And we have 12 new officers that are sworn in. And I got to say this, and let me just be real clear. Out of the 12 new officers, the only officer that is older than me that was sworn in is our vice president. All of our officers' age goes from the 20s. I'm not going to tell the sister age, from the 20s to their 40s. So we got new blood in the University Negro Improvement Association in Division 401. And not only do we have new blood, we got young blood. Because we know as African people, if we just doing the work for us and those who are older with us, or we are not following the pledge. The pledge that our vice president, our future lady vice president, said that we commit our mind, bodies, and spirits not only for us, but we dedicate our lives for and the life of our descendants. So we trying to just do this work, y'all. I'm not a great orator, but I know that the spirit comes, and we believe that what comes from the heart reaches the heart. So hopefully y'all feeling this black love that's coming from our division, and we just happy to be here. And I'm gonna end with that. Race first, y'all.
Race
first.
Race
first.
Race
Thank you
first.
so much, Chris. All right, that was wonderful. I am one of the new officers that's coming in, and I want to thank you, President. Thank you all for bringing us in. Some of us are a little nervous because the elders are so powerful, and you guys make everything look so effortless. And we're just like, how are we going to do it like the elders did it? but we understand and know that we not supposed to do it how y'all did it, but we supposed to do it how y'all did it, but we supposed to do it the way we do it, but how y'all did it. And so we hope that we'll make you guys proud the way we move. I know we had to have been making you proud the way we're moving so far to even get this far with you all. And as one of the new committee members coming in, I want to say thank you all. Thank you, Division 401, for bringing us all in. We're going to have one of our new officers as well coming in, and she's a very powerful sister. She's going to come in and she is going to tell us about race first, the importance of race first, and she's going to speak a little bit about that. So if everybody could kindly, I would like to ask even the 401 members, if you have had the pleasure of being unmuted, please mute yourself while the sister is talking, because your movement shifts the camera away from the talker. When it's time for you guys to speak, just unmute. But just to give each speaker their respect, if everybody could mute themselves. And Sister Toya, you have the floor, Queen.
Sister Toya, I think she's still muted. Why is she coming up off mute? Sister Jeanette, can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right. I want y'all to know Sister LaToya is our new correspondent secretary. So a lot of you all know Sister Gwen. So Sister Toya is the person that Sister Gwen will be passing the baton to. So this is our new Sister Gwen, y'all.
Oh, peace, prayers. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Queen.
Okay, great. Well, peace and race first, family. Race first. I am honored to be on this call with every last one of you. I'm 100% honored, and much gratitude to everybody. I will be talking about what is race first. And that's something I chose because it's so heavy, and it's very important that we understand its significance in continuing this fight for liberation for African people here and abroad. Before I begin on what race first is, I want to start with a quote from the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And in his quote, he says, in a world of wolves, one should be armed, and that our greatest defensive weapon is us to practice race first. He could have chosen many things to say our weapon could have been and should be. Whether it was physically saying we need to fight back, whether it was physically saying we need guns. He said our greatest weapon is race first, is the practice of race first. And he said all around the world. So in all parts of the world, he said in all parts of the world. So if that's our greatest defensive weapon on earth in all parts of the world, is to practice race first in the war. And this is a man who traveled across the world to many countries and said himself that everywhere he's traveled, he's seen us at the bottom. But if he's seen us at the bottom, then he had to see who was at the top. And he had to have some type of concept of how they got there. He's saying white dominance. That's what he's saying. And so when we talk about race first, I think of three things. I think of the importance of identity of self, true identity of self. I think about the importance of being proud. He stressed that very heavily, being proud of oneself. And then I think about the importance of economically building and how race first leads to us being economically independent. Okay? So I want to talk about first the importance of true identity of self. I'm sorry. When you have a true identity of self, you're taught that from birth. And see, Marcus Garvey, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, he understood that we weren't being taught that from birth. We were being taught another alien group's identity. So you have to start at a very young age. When you're dealing with race first, you start at a very young age. You plant that seed of self-worth at a very, very young age from birth. And many times we hear that early childhood development is important, but actually that's very, very true. And it's detrimental to our liberation that we start from the time they're out the womb, teaching them who they are. So we must teach them people like Imhotep. We must teach them about those African kings and queens, because that's their true identity, and it gives them something to look to, and it passes down the torch. It's like a rites of passage. We passed we passed our kids down white heroes. And see, another thing Race First deals with is the membership of the UNIA and the ACL. Whites were not allowed. He knew the importance of race first. He seen that other races, once he traveled the world, adapted that ideology, race first. Whether it was the Chinese, whether it was the Jews. These are other groups of people who practice the same thing. So instead of it being shunned upon, which it was, Marcus Garvey practicing race first, he was shamed by it by Du Bois. You know, they wanted him to be more of a humanitarian. They told him, why not humanity first? When Marcus Garvey responded with, why not humanity first? Because everywhere, humanity is not getting lynched and killed. So the importance of race first, it does not only deals with a shout, it deals with a practice. Race first is like a religion, and it has to be considered our religion. Our religion is our race. And so, I apologize, family, I'm sweating. It's really hot in my home. So that's one part about it, is identity, or true identity of self is the practice of race first. Being proud of who you are. Marcus Garvey knew that when you're proud of who you are, you're less likely to hurt yourself. Excuse me. The Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey also knew that when you're proud of yourself, you're less likely to hurt someone that looked like you. So being proud of who you are is race first as well. And so when you have an identity of self, a true identity of self, and when you have that, I'm proud of who I am and where I come from, and I'm proud of my skin, and I wear my skin like a badge of honor and not a badge of shame. When you have that, then you're more likely to economically build with those people. You're economically to secure your future, your child's future, and your community. So race first isn't just a shout or a slogan. It's a practice. And it's a practice that Marcus Garvey knew. The Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey knew that we must practice like a religion. So I always say race over religion. And being a student of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, I learned that just literally just feeling like my race should go over my religion. So, family, when you ask me what is race first, the Black man is universally oppressed. I'm gonna say it again. The Black man is universally oppressed. Around the world. And so if the Black man is universally oppressed, no one but his race can bring him up out of that. So race first, again, is a religion, family. It's a way of life. It's something we must practice, not sometime, not most of the time, but all the time. 1 second, hold on, I'm sorry. Peace, family. Yeah, so we're dealing with a real system here, family. Even given today with the Black Lives Matter and the All Lives Matter movement, it goes back to when folks was, some of his rivals, some of Marcus Messiah Garvey rivals was saying, what about humanity? You know, Marcus Garvey said Black people. They said, well, what about all people? 100 years later, they're still saying, what about all lives? So you must be unmovable when you say Black. You must be unshakable, because Garvey went through the same thing with the rivals back then 100 years ago. When he said race first, he went through the same thing. His rivals, those who we love today, his fellow brothers said the same thing. All lives matter, Garvey. All lives matter, Garvey. What about all lives matter, Garvey? And Garvey told them very clearly, unshaken. What did he say? He said the black race, he argued that it was not humanity that was lynched, burned, beaten, raped, or Jim Crowed. So when we say all lives matter, family, you got to know what they're saying. We must know that. So again, family, peace, Black power, race first. I am Sister Latoya. I am from Division 401, Chicago chapter. My president is President Marua. I hope I gave you guys an idea of race first and how it's not an option, it's a mandate. Okay? Peace and Black power, y'all. That's my piece.
Peace, Queen. Ashe, ashe, ashe. That was very powerful, unshakable. Okay, Queen, I feel you. It's not an option. And we all know race first is not an option. And as well, off of what the sister said, we also have to make sure that the Queen said we got to put this, instill this in our kids out the womb. And one of the main things we have to instill in our kids at that young age is to not be embarrassed by the race first motto, lifestyle, to not be embarrassed by that, because, and that's what she means by unshakable. But we have to instill that in those kids when they're young. So when they go out there and they experience the all lives matter kids and teachers and everything else, they are unshakable because their roots have already been set. Queen, you are so powerful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And so that is our future correspondence secretary. And we're going to move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is going to be telling us about the 21st century Garveyites, okay? And so I would love to welcome another one of our future committee chair holders, and he is going to be the technical committee chair. So come on in, Brother Alton, you have the floor.
Okay, there you go. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, brother. You good now. Go ahead.
So I prepared a presentation. I was just given a notice that I would do this presentation. So I'm gonna share my screen and then I'm gonna play a video for y'all. So give me a second. Okay, let's see.
Marcus Garvey arrived in the US in 1916 and after touring much of the country, founded the New York chapter of the
Yes, we see it.
Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. It had tremendous success, but there was also severe opposition. One of Garvey's major projects,
Brother, go ahead and open the screen up.
Ship Corporation, through which people of African descent could acquire and man their own ships and gain the respect of the mercantile and commercial world. We have in the past been living on the mercies of others, he said, and have therefore suffered. We will continue to suffer if we do not take charge of our own affairs. For 1 year, he gave over his entire self to talking about the Black Star Line, trying to influence people to buy stock in the company. He didn't handle the money himself, but left that to the company's officers. Millions of people were attracted to the UNIA because of the shipping company. 3 months after the founding of the line, the first ship was bought and renamed the Frederick Douglass after the great African American. She was launched in New York Harbor in October 1919. Many thousands gathered to see the boat sail under its black captain. 2 other ships were acquired, Sheikh Zayed and Antonio Maceo. Garvey urged his followers to develop themselves into an industrial and commercial people. As they acquired wealth, he said, most of the wrongs inflicted on them would be adjusted. But Garvey's officers plundered the funds of the shipping company. When I started the Black Star Line, he said, I had the greatest confidence in every Negro. I gave everybody a chance, but nearly everyone I placed in a responsible position fleeced the line. If Jesus was the president of the Black Star Line, he could not have done better because the men had the disposition to.
Okay, so
Marcus Garvey arrived in the U.S.
Okay, so if I'm going to describe
1916, and after touring much of the country.
Okay, so if I'm going to describe the 21st century Garveyism, I think it's important that we study the 20th century Garveyism.
Somebody got
Came from to where we going and what they did, and like President Marua said, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. I mean, the black print already been laid out for us. So I'm gonna open up. I did another presentation. I'm gonna open it up real quick. I'm gonna share my screen again and open up this presentation. Give me 1 second.
Yes.
21st century Garveyism. So, like, I have a question. I want to open this up so, like, to be informal where I ask questions. So I'll open it up to everybody. Could someone tell me what is Garveyism to them? I mean,
brother, most of them cannot unmute themselves. So,
could you unmute Brother Marua?
Yes, all the participants are unmuted. They just have to unmute their line.
Brother Marua.
Yes, all right. Yeah. I mean, I think Sister Latoya actually put it in a nutshell. Garveyism is to live a way of life where we are for the upliftment, redemption, and liberation of all African people. We want to see the best for our people before anybody. We want our home and our lives and our race, and we want us to be taken care of first. So Garveyism is to practice the teachings of the Honorable Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Also, I want to say this, Brother Alton. A lot of people love Marcus Garvey. A lot of people would throw his name out, Marcus Garvey name. But real Garveyites pay their dues. So everybody, if you don't pay your dues, if you ain't registered with the UNIA, if you are not an active member, you cannot call yourself a real Garveyite. I just want to throw that out.
Okay. So your explanation of Garveyism and what Garveyite is. To explain, to go into the 21st century Garveyites, let's go back into the 20th century of what they were doing. So, like, they were building a global economy, which is, so he had an idea to start a shipping company for import and exports with shipping. And then also on my next slide, I'll read this, the Black Star Line, where we just saw the video, so I won't read that, but I'll go on to the next slide. So also they had a publication company. This was in the 20th century. And it says that they had a circulation of 20,000 publications of newspapers to all their members all over the world. So this is what they were doing in the 20th century. So let's go to the next slide. In the 20th century, it says, the UNIA is a Black nationalist fraternity organization founded by Marcus Garvey, a Jamaican immigrant to the United States. The Pan-African organization enjoyed its greatest strength in the 1920s. That's exactly 100 years ago, and was influential prior to Garvey's deportation to Jamaica in 1927. So they had a 7-year span of leadership under Garvey. I guess that's what that explained. After that, its prestige and influence declined, but it had a strong influence on African American history and development. The UNIA was said to be unquestionably the most influential anti-colonial organization in Jamaica prior to 1938. The organization was founded to work for the advancement of people of African ancestry around the world. Its motto is one God, one aim, and one destiny. Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. The board mission of the UNIA-ACL led to the establishment of numerous auxiliary components, among them the African Legion, a paramilitary group, an African Black Cross nurse, plus businesses such as the Black Star Streamline and the Negro Factory Corporation. So that's what they were doing in the 20th century. So how do we compare in the 21st century as the 21st century Garveyites? That's still a question to me, and that's still under development because we're still shaping ourselves, but we have big shoes to fill because to me, we're not reaching their level yet. So we still have, I mean, we're in competition with ourselves. So that's what my explanation of a 21st century Garveyite is we're in competition with the 20th century Garveyites to improve what they were doing. So what do we have that they don't have? Like we have a global African community is smaller because of communication, the way we communicate. So we can improve on what the 20th century Garveyites started, like far as like shipping and exports. We can improve on that because it's smaller now. We don't have to have ships. We can have the mailing system. But are we in touch with the global African community to even set up something like that? So this again with Black excellence. I want to discuss that far as the 21st century Garveyites, because like the 20th century Garveyites, I mean, they show Black excellence with everything they did. That's why they were attracting people, because of the excellence they showed. Are we showing Black excellence in the 21st century? So that's something we have to work on. We have our communication. Like they had their publication, so we're in a different age, so we have a different way of communicating, but are we even producing any type of publication to put it out there to communicate with our form of communication? Which I said also, the world is smaller now, so it's easier for us to communicate with one another in order to get products from one country to the next. If my brother in Africa has a product that I could sell here in America and they could get paid in Africa, why aren't we doing that? The world is smaller, but are we taking advantage of what we have? 21st century African or a Garveyite, what, like family, what is our depiction of family like far as, I see like society is going against the family structure. So, and they're kind of making it illegal to support the traditional family structure because of all of these other things, alphabets and stuff. I don't want to like offend anybody. I don't know anybody's position on this. So, but to me, we have to make the family attractive going into the 21st century because it's a heavy opposition against the family structure. So we have to raise our children to see that we have to show them that the family is attractive. So the only way to show that is through example.
Hello.
Yes.
Peace be to the house. Peace be to the house. I'm Hannah from Sierra Leone under the leadership of Suleiman Issa Kamara.
Pardon me?
Ashe. Welcome.
Ashe. Okay.
The Sierra
I'm
Leone
Hannah.
Yeah, from Sierra Leone, under the leadership of Sulamaris Kabara.
Okay, hold on. You're going to come in next. As soon as Division 401 finishes presenting, we'll go to Africa, to your division there, my sister, okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I'll move on to the next slide. Our education must therefore inculcate a sense of commitment to the total community and help the pupils to accept the volumes and appropriate to our kind of future. So this is saying that our future is the youth. So if we're not developing the youth to understand what is family and where are we going in the future, I mean, there won't be a 21st century or a 22nd century Garveyism. So we definitely have to develop our youth with like commitment and bringing them into like bringing them through, not ritualistic, but I'm trying to think of the word, like what do them fraternities do, like when you're going through a fraternity, like they bring you through
pledge.
Pledge.
They pledge you.
I mean, so in that aspect, we need to start setting up things for our youth, for male and female, to go through certain aspects to bring them into manhood and adulthood as 21st century Garveyism, to make it more attractive to them, to make them want to promote Garveyism to their friends and to their peers, because the more the better. So these slides is just a dedication to the youth. And our last slide is, we are going to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, because West other might free the body, none but ourselves can free the mind. The man who is not able to develop and use his mind is bound to be the slave of others, the man who uses his mind. So do we want to continue for the 21st century, carry on to the 22nd century, asking the same questions? Or who are we going to be in the 21st century to make sure the 22nd century has something to stand on? So I'll end it there.
All right, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And you're all right. We do have a long way to go. We do have to catch up. It's crazy that that we have to catch up with a whole century behind us. And we have so much more technology and access to each other. Yet we have to catch up with how powerful they were back then. And that is some work that we do have to do. And we have to figure out how to attract the youth. You are right. We have to figure out how to make the youth excited about this and excited about the movement and excited about what they can do in the movement when they grow up. Rites of passages, that's what we have to pass on. Initiations, you're right. And that's something that we all of these different divisions, it's rare that we can all come together like this. Like, this is his history. So we are all here together and we're all here hearing the same messages. And one of those messages should be that we have to figure out how to make our children, how to make this attractive, as the brother said, to our children, and how to get the youth invested like we are. I mean, I still feel like, I'm 41, but I still feel like I'm in the younger generation, but I'm not in the younger generation. And we have to figure out how we can get them to want to not just come with us because we make them come with us, but come with us and thirsty to come back. That's something that we're going to have to do for our 21st century Garveyites. Thank you so much for your presentation, Brother Alton. So we are going to keep this moving, you guys. We're going to keep this moving. Next, we have, now this is coming forward. We have the youngest officer at Division 401. She will be the youngest officer come Monday, in 2 days. And she is going to be our first lady vice president. And she is the youngest of all of us. So we think it's powerful. And we think that you guys should hear from somebody who still is in their 20s, who still has that fire that we all love, why she became a Garveyite and why somebody of her age would come and stick to us the way she did. And we need to all hone in and listen to her message, because the message she's bringing and the fire she's bringing, every division on here should have somebody her age with this type of fire. So with that being said, I'm going to bring on our future First Lady Vice President, Sister Shavonda. Go ahead and take the floor, Queen. Getting
Peace and
ready to
love.
be
Peace
unmuted.
and love. Are you all able to hear me okay?
Yes, you're good, Queen. We got you now.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. I want to give honors to everyone on this call today. I really want to give honors to what I've just stepped into, what I've just been awakening to. I want to give honors to the whole moment right now, this moment in itself. You know, I'm very honored and I'm humbly honored to just be on the phone with so many people from all over, all walks of life. So I want to start off by saying that, because it means the most to me, right? Now, when you talk about why I personally became a Garveyite, it was something that I honestly thought was handed to me, was given. I'm like, the red, black, and green, that's my flag. That means Pan-African, I'm in it, you know, so I'm already doing it. But in all actuality, that's not the truth. That's not the case. So for me in my life and my life experiences, my grandmother told me, she say, Shavonda, never become less than who you are. And I say, well, who am I? She said, that's up to you to figure out, right? And then when I put together a quote from Marcus Garvey that said, up, up, you mighty race, and accomplish what you will, I then had to think, well, what is my will? What do I want to see? What's my vision for not only myself or for my descendant, but for my neighbor? So I had to think, like, what is it that I want to do that not only is for this time and this space, but that extends into a future generation? For my grandchildren and my great-great-grandchildren, where will I place myself in history? So I say, man, let me listen to a president, a man, a brother who is so thought-provoking, so earth-shaking that it makes me move. So I attended a mass meeting at the UNIA 401 division, and I heard President Marua speak, and he spoke on the honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey with so much passion that it shook my room. It shook my spirit. He said, and I quote, I heard Marua say, I owe. I'm like, dang. I never heard a person say, I owe, and with so much sincerity. He said, I owe. And I thought to myself, well, if he owed, then I must owe too. You know, I must owe it with not just finance, right? And not just resources, but in everything that God, Allah, has given me. I owe it to myself, to my descendants, to my neighbor, to do exactly what my ancestors did when they were around. I owe it to all of us to be the best version of myself so that my race can be the best version of their self. I owe not just to, you know, my mother or my family, but to a generation that would exceed me. So I say, man, this must be right. It felt right. And at the same time, and I'm so fortunate for it, in our division, I was able to look at myself in a different way on a spiritual aspect. And I found the Moors Science Temple of America. I found the Moors. And in finding the Moors, I still found Garvey. I still found Garvey. And so when I heard another quote that said, look for him in the whirlwind and you will find a love made pure, I'm like, wow. Granddaddy said that to me. This type of love is for me. I said, man, let me go get it. With everything that's in me, I want to go get it. I want to go get a succession that's destined for me and my people. And not just in this time and space, but for the next generations to come. So it's for me, it's with an urgency that I be a Garveyite. It's urgent. It's urgent that I be a Garveyite. It's not just necessary or essential, it's urgent. To me, I look at our state and see that it's a case of emergency. It truly is a state of emergency for us to unite on a front that's so heavily linked by resources and people and from all different types of spiritualities and all different types of countries. It's necessary that we link and we create a world that looks like us, for us, built by us. It's necessary. That's why I'm a Garveyite, because I feel it so deeply that it's necessary. So then, after attending mass meetings, after attending the Moorish Science Temple of America, and after kind of deciphering myself and where I stand, I knew that it was possible for my son to step in the same light and see that there's a world that exists, but we have to create it. It's a world that exists where we are governing our people, but we have to create it. So my son is 4 years old, and I became a Garveyite so that he can become a Garveyite, because he owes as well. And the thing that's so important to me is that he sees Black men, Black women who are possessed with a knowledge of self, who are possessed with a passion for self-discovery, with a passion for, self-exhaustion, that we will exhaust all measures until we are liberated. Not just free in a physical standpoint, but liberated. You see what I'm saying? Liberated mentally, spiritually, emotionally, physically, financially, liberated, governing ourselves, by ourselves, for ourselves. That is why I became a Garveyite. At the age of 3 months, I was adopted. And so about 24, I came in contact with my biological family. And my mother, my biological mother, asked me how I felt. And the question was I was taken aback by the question because I had no feeling. You see what I'm saying? And the thing about it is, I found out later on in life that I'm not the only person out there that's been adopted. We as a whole Black race have been adopted. I said we have been adopted, closed adoption. Our whole Black race have been in a closed adoption. So now what do I adopt? I adopt characteristics like understanding, compassion, persistence, to let my people know that, sis, you are me and I am you. Good brother, I'm looking at you to lead. Good brother, I'm looking at you to protect me. I won't disrespect you. You see what I'm saying? And even though my tone can sometimes come off as aggressive, understand that I'm passionate about my progression. I'm passionate about our progressions. Then they come up and they want to say sometimes, they want to say, ooh, this little sister, she's fiery. She kind of racist. Don't y'all think she kind of racist? No, I'm race first. Like my sister LaToya said, I'm race first. So I'm always looking for guidance. I'm always looking for guidance from the elders, guidance from my brothers, counsel from my sisters, because I'm a baby, I'm an infant, always looking to study, always looking to learn. And I feel like that as well is what a Garveyite is doing. We're learning from each other. We're not canceling each other. We're counseling each other because we still on a road. We still on a long road to our success. So please don't counsel me. No, I'm sorry. Please don't cancel me if sometimes we don't agree. Reason with me so we can find understanding. Because what we do all understand is, yes, we're all at the bottom. And it's becoming overcrowded when we belong at the top. So I became a Garveyite because I heard him say, up, up, you mighty race, and accomplish what you will. And I found that my will is doing something different, being myself instead of who another race wants me to be, being myself and sparking a new proclaimed reality for the next generation to come. That's my will. That's what a Garveyite does. We finna set a whole new standard, a whole new legacy on what will become to our reality, our children's reality. So I want to take a second and I want to show you all. I want to take a second and show you all. I'm sorry. My son right now. This is me. I'm sorry. I'm going to show you on my son right now. And it's funny because he normally has on a superhero cape, or he normally has on a superhero shoes and things of that nature. He tells me that he wants to be a superhero, right? But at the same time, he wears the flag as his cape often. Often he wears the flag as his cape. And I seen that one day because the flag is in my car. But I seen this one day that my son took the flag and wrapped it around his neck. And I said, man, that's a powerful symbolic sign that a baby boy at 4 years old can wrap this flag around his neck and say, I got you on my back. I got you on my back. That's why I'm a Garveyite. I want to see my son carry this same torch, carry this same fire, carry this same light, and know that he is the black man, the original man. I want him to know that there's so much more to our people than what we see. I'm sorry, that's the train. There's so much more to our people than what we see. And unfortunately, the greatest among us are buried under us. Unfortunately, some of the greatest among us have been buried under us. But it's necessary and it's urgent that they live through us. So again, the question was, why did I become a Garveyite? Because I see a different reality for not only myself, my descendants, but for my neighbors. I see a different vision for my neighbors. I want to wake up and see black everything, black people everywhere, being exactly who we were meant to be. So I want to say I thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. I'm honored to be in this moment. I'm honored to be in this light. I'm honored to be in the presence of all of you all, as well as the ancestors that guided me on this journey. And I want to say, by no standpoint or all do I have all the history and all the knowledge, but I'm hoping and I'm open to learning as much as I can.
Peace, Queen.
And I'm ready to take my post. I'm ready to stand on my post and assume the position and do whatever is necessary for the upliftment of my people. There's so much work to be done, and I'm willing to work. Thank you guys. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Queen. Wow, that was powerful. As I said, every Garveyite on here, every division on here, harness that young energy and fire that just came. I'm so proud to have her on our team. Sky's the limit for us. But we're gonna cut in, and we are going to take a pause on our segment right now, and we're going to go ahead and introduce the President General. He is definitely on the line. He's tuning in from Africa. So next we're going to have up the Honorable Michael Duncan. You have the floor, King.
All rise, and welcome our President General, the Honorable Michael Duncan. All rise, please. And PG, we're so glad to see you, and we thank you for your leadership, because it's through your leadership we have this program today underneath the 11th President General of the UNI.
Oh, why they gave me the mic?
Unmute your mic, President General, so we can hear you.
Yes, greetings, brother. I'm here.
Yes, race first.
So let me know you're ready. The floor is mine.
Yes, sir.
Is the floor mine, brother?
Yes, President General, the floor is yours.
Yes, one God.
One God.
One aim.
One aim.
One destiny.
One destiny.
Long live Marcus Garvey. Brothers and sisters, I greet you. My name is Michael Duncan, the 10th successor to the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, the 11th President General of the illustrious UNIA-ACL. Blessings from our ancestors. I salute each and every African out there. I salute each and every brother that's flying the flag of the red, black, and green. I salute each and every one of you who is carrying on the torch, carrying the flame, lighting the flame of fire to continue the fight for Black liberation. Brothers and sisters, thank you for your continued excellence. Thank you for your continued support of the UNIA. As President General, as a student of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, I don't have to create anything new, not for myself or for the UNIA. Everything we have, everything we need was created and given to us by the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey and our ancestors. All we have to do is to use and make use of the Black prints that were left for us to use to further our way of life. And with that said, I thank God. I thank the Almighty. I thank the ancestors for sending the greatest man that ever walked on earth, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. We are blessed to have him on this land called Earth. We are fortunate to have his teachings. Brothers and sisters, the philosophy and opinion of Marcus Garvey gave us a clear picture of what we need to do and how to do it. And if we follow it, if we read it, if we understand it, we can make a big difference. But as we go further, we look in the course of African philosophy that Mr. Garvey left for us. And in the course of African philosophy, he brought forward a lot of lessons for us. Mr. Garvey said, first, never lie. Never lie, but if you have to lie, make sure it's a lie that's going to benefit the UNIA. Mr. Garvey said, if you're going to speak in public, elevate your grammar every 6 months, because as a leader, if you speak and you don't speak properly, if your grammars don't match, if your verbs, your tense don't match, people will laugh at you and they will not follow you. Mr. Garvey went on to say, you'll never get a second chance to make a first impression. Therefore, always make sure you are well attired, because the first thing people choose to judge you from is the way you look. He went on to say, make sure what's in your eyes matches what's in your heart, because our people are not fooled and they will see through you. They will see if you're lying. So be prepared to lead and be prepared to lead our people. The course of African philosophy is here for us. These guidelines are here to uplift us.
Yeah.
And these guidelines are here to make sure we continue on the path of one God, one aim, one destiny. If you claim, or if we are claiming that we are Garveyites, the first thing we must do is bring forward our membership in the UNIA. Mr. Garvey made it clear. He said, as long as you have black blood coursing through your vein, you are a member of the UNIA. But there's two types of members, one who's active and another who is inactive. So if you are active, we thank you for your membership. We thank you for your hard work. We thank you for everything. If you're not active, brothers and sisters, today is the day to get active. Today is the day to make a difference and really hold up Mr. Garvey. Don't let the movement that he built die because you chose not to activate your citizenship in the UNIA. Brothers and sisters, we're looking at 100 years convention in 1920, the Declaration of the Rights of the Negro people of the world. The things that were addressed then, my God, brothers and sisters, they are still relevant today. All the issues, the lynching, we are still being lynched. All types of discrimination, we are still being discriminated. I don't understand, my brother. Mr. Garvey came, and some of the first words he uttered in Harlem was the black skin is not a badge of shame, but a glorious symbol of national greatness. As we hear those words today, these words may not mean much to us, but to those brothers and sisters who heard those words in Harlem in 1917, it was music to their ears. It was liberation for them. One sister said, being a part of the Garvey movement, it makes me feel like I owned half of the world. And I didn't own the next half because I didn't want it. They had led us to think that something was wrong with our skin. And we believed it. So Mr. Garvey cleared it up. That's one of the great things that he brought to us. And it still resonates today, that the black skin is not a badge of shame. Brother, another things he went on to say, liberate the minds of man. And ultimately, you liberate the bodies of man. Brothers and sisters, once they control our mind, they will rule us from now till eternity. And this is so true because we have to look at it and we have to admit, as Mr. Garvey said, we have to liberate our minds. Because if we're claiming that we're free, brothers and sisters, how can we be free and we're wearing the same clothes that the slave master gave us, brothers and sisters? How can we be free? Mr. Garvey would ask, how can we be free and we're wearing the clothes that our slave master, that's why we say liberate the minds of man, because the action we are showing is still that of the slave master. How can we be free when we're eating the food that the slave master taught us to eat? Brothers and sisters, we have to give up the slave master food because his food does not work for our system. It never did, and it never will. Brothers and sisters, have you ever seen the black bear eating the white bear food? Or the white bear eating the black bear's food? No, they'll never consume each other's food because their food is not consistent with their body makeup. Just like we're telling you that their food, the Caucasian food, is not for us. The region where they live is not for us. Take most of us who live in the northern part of the United States, and we don't get enough sun. We have a vitamin D deficiency, and it wreaks havoc in our body as far as health is concerned. Because of the low levels of vitamin C, there's a lack of everything that is needed. Our hypertension is up, diabetes is up, and breast cancer wreak havoc in our women, in our ladies, because we are eating the food that the slave master put aside for us. Brothers and sisters, we have to stop. Brothers and sisters, how can we be free when we're still worshiping the way the slave master taught us to worship? When we're still seeing God in the likeness of the slave master? How can we be free? We have to liberate our minds, and ultimately we liberate our bodies. Brothers and sisters, we are still affected, because even though the white man in the region of America and the slave master in the region of Europe, we still want to be there with them. We still want to live with them. We can't see fit to go to Africa and to build because of the mental slavery. Our minds have not been liberated. Mr. Garvey said, liberate the minds of man. And ultimately, brothers and sisters, we liberate the bodies of man. When we go to vacation, we want to go to those places that the slave masters built. We want to go to Paris. We want to go to New York. We want to go to London. How about visiting Monrovia? How about visiting Kumasi? How about vacation in Zimbabwe to learn a little bit more about our culture so we can become a part of the lion historian, my brothers and sisters? Brothers and sisters, take time, make the effort to liberate your mind. Mr. Garvey said we should make Africa our guiding star. We should build an empire on Africa, on the lands of Africa, that the sun will never set. Brothers and sisters, for that to be possible, each and every one of us, we must play a role. There's something for each and every one of us to do, brothers and sisters, to make that possible. We cannot just continue to sit and eat the scrap from the slave master and to be content with it, to be happy with it, to be okay with it. Brothers and sisters, there's a whole world in Africa to explore. So brothers and sisters, you have to take that time.
Okay, I'm back.
You have to want to visit your motherland. You have to want to make a difference. You have to want to build a base on the continent of Africa for future generation. Mr. Garvey started a project, the Liberian Project. Mr. Garvey contracted with the Liberian government in 1919 to build a super city. With that, he offered them a loan of $5 million to help them out. The process was going well. The UNIA was making preparation to build that gigantic city. Mr. Garvey made a contract for roughly 1 million acres, paying a lease of $1 per acre. And at that time, that was great monies for the Liberian government. Liberia was faced with some problems. It was faced with France being on two sides of Liberia. As far as Guinea and Ivory Coast, it was faced with other problems, with England having Sierra Leone and Liberia owning Liberia owing money to both countries, they chose to put the squeeze on Liberia, especially when they found out that Mr. Garvey wanted to set up base here, because they knew as soon as the UNIA, through Mr. Garvey, if we were able to set up base, that would be it for their existence in Africa. The black men would rule Africa again and would rule forever. So by all means necessary, they had to stop Mr. Garvey. The US government played their part. They threatened Liberia. Don't let Mr. Garvey land there, because if he land there, that's it for you. And brothers and sisters, the powers that be sent one of our own to Liberia. That was W.E. Du Bois. They send him to Liberia to ensure that Mr. Garvey and the UNIA never to see the light of building that super city in Liberia. So with W.E. Du Bois landing in Liberia, he convinced the government not to let Mr. Garvey land here. W.E. Du Bois was actually a representative of the USA. And he came here and he persuaded the people not to finalize the contract with Mr. Garvey. By that time, Mr. Garvey had a shipload of people and materials to start the construction of that super city. The project Mr. Garvey had planned was terminated. He lost all the supplies. Some of the UNIA members were deported, mainly because of the assistance of W.E. Du Bois, a man who did not see himself as a true black man like Mr. Garvey did. And brothers and sisters, they took that contract from Mr. Garvey for $1 per acre, and they gave it to Firestone for 6 cents an acre. Imagine comparing 6 cents to $1. Firestone has existed here ever since. Just think about it. What would it be like if we were able to build that super city? What would Liberia look like? What would Africa look like? We would have had a superpower who can defend us as a people, no matter where we live. But brothers and sisters, the dream is not dead. Liberia is still here. We are still here. Make sure we continue the work of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. Make sure you become an active supporter of the African Redemption Fund, because those are the funds we are using to redeem Africa. You may think that, what can I do as an individual? What we say and what Mr. Garvey say, everyone cannot do everything, brothers and sisters, but everyone can do something. Do what you can do to make that difference, brothers and sisters. Do what you can do to help our people. Do what you can do to build that super city. We ran the world once, we can do it again. Mr. Garvey made it clear by saying, what man have done, man can do. We built many empires over the world. 60,000 years ago, we built the Shang Empire in China. The first civilization in China was African. People from the Nile, people that look like you and I. We built the first empire in Greece, the Minoans, 8,000 years ago. We introduced construction to them. We built Mesopotamia, where you have Iraq and Iran and Saudi Arabia, the Fertile Crescent. We as African people from the Nile, we bring and we build the great India, Kush empire. From the great Kush Empire, one of the great cities that we built within that area is now called Pakistan. Brothers and sisters, those are the things that we did, and Mr. Garvey said, what man have done, man can do. So brothers and sisters, let's do it again. Brothers and sisters, time is now. Commit yourself, quadruple your efforts. Mr. Garvey said, all I have given you. All I have given you. But I must make it clear to you, brothers and sisters, culture, we need it. And we need it from birth. It's the direction that leads us. Our culture keep our values and our belief from our ancestors and to pass on to future generation. So we need it. We must embrace it. We must live it. We must learn it. Culture is necessary. Politics is needed because it advocates for our policies, what we believe and what we want for our people. But it's very, very important as well. However, Mr. Garvey said, economics must be the order of the day, because through economics, we control everything else. With economics on the first floor, we control culture on the second floor. We control politics, education on the third floor. We control all the other floors going up with economics. So we must get our economics in order. That's why I say to you again, if you're not an active supporter of the African Redemption Fund, brothers and sisters, become one today. Support that fund so we can redeem Africa. Activate your membership in the UNIA so we can redeem Africa, my brothers and sisters. We're talking about the empires that we built. We also built empires outside of Africa, empires inside of Africa. Brothers and sisters, we saw the rise and the fall of Rome. If someone had told us that in 55 BC, someone had told Julius Caesar these same people that he was enslaving would one day build the biggest empire that ever existed, Julius Caesar would have laughed and he would have said, no, these people are my slave and they're not going to do anything. But as soon as Mr. Britain was released from Rome, he said, I'm going home and I'm going to build an empire that the world will see. He said, those who fail to see will feel. And we saw what the British Empire did, but they rose and they fall. Brothers and sisters, we saw the rise and the fall of the Soviet Union. Brothers and sisters, we are here in China for the Chinese, but brothers and sisters, we are saying Africa for the Africans. Those at home and those abroad, let's build home. The 12th commandment of Black consciousness teaches us, develop your home. Africa, land of origin, for without our home, brothers and sisters, we cannot flourish to our fullest potential. Brothers and sisters, we need you. It's only through the African Redemption Fund that we can be redeemed. The great Isaiah Martyr, of which Division 401 carries his name, donated all his earthly values, belongings to the UNIA African Redemption Fund to build a fund. Mr. Garvey created that fund to build Africa. Brothers and sisters, activate your membership in the UNIA, donate, support the African Redemption Fund. Brothers and sisters, as I said earlier, everything you're hearing from me, everything whatsoever is from the words of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. We have to admit, when men who walk on this earth, and when we identify such persons, such individual, When you identify such persons, there's no shame in following them. There's no shame in continuing the work that they started. So I am proud to say, I speak the words, I follow the philosophy of the greatest man that God ever placed on earth, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. Brothers and sisters, they're telling us that we participated in the slave trade. Brothers and sisters, it's a lie. Get that thought from your mind. It's a lie. It's amazing. It's amazing after all they have done to us. And they want to tell us that we participate. But it comes back to Mr. Garvey quote again, where he says, liberate the minds of man, and ultimately you control the bodies of man. That's what they did. They liberated our mind the way they wanted it. They planted what they wanted it, and they control our mind from then until now. So the slave trade, brothers and sisters, don't believe it. Look, 400 years ago, John Hawkins went to the Queen of England. They realized that their civilization could not be built, could not get stronger, would not support them unless they go into Africa and take the human resources and the natural resources out of Africa. And they did. So John Hawkins said, Queen, I ask for your permission. I ask for your permission to go into Africa and take out the black peoples of the world. The Queen Elizabeth of England said to John Hawkins, and to what and how will you compensate these people? John Hawkins said to her, these people are uncivilized. So their payment will be to civilize and to Christianize them. And they have been controlling us ever since. They sent their missionaries to Africa, and their missionaries was to set up the beginning of the slave trade. And they did a wonderful job. But they want to tell us that, yes, we enslaved you, but you helped us. Brothers and sisters, it's a lie. Do not believe them. Do not spread that thought. Do not spread those ideas about we participated in slavery. If these Europeans did not come to Africa, their existence would have been over. Just like today, if France should lose those 14 African countries that they get $500 billion from every year and get 70% of their electricity from Niger. If France were to lose these 14 colonies, France would become a fifth world country today. So brothers and sisters, don't believe them. We did not participate in slavery. Brothers and sisters, we fought them on the shores. We fought them in the jungle. We fought them on the plains. Brothers and sisters, we fought them on the high seas. We fought them when they took us to Jamaica. We developed 60 maroon communities on the various hilltops of Jamaica. We, again, as Maroons, we fought them in Haiti. And God knows we fought them in North America. How can you tell me that we participated in slavery when we didn't benefit from it? Yes, Brother Marua, we always fought them. We fought them. We fought them. We are still fighting them. Brother Marua, Ras Marvin, we are still fighting them. Sister Delali, we are still fighting them. UNIA, brothers and sisters, we are still fighting them. Brothers and sisters, they killed us over and over and over. Brothers and sisters, we should not be alive today. Not one of us should be breathing based on what they put us through. They buried us, my brothers and sisters. They buried us, but they did not realize that we are seeds and we're growing again. They did not realize that, our ancestors. So don't believe the thought about we participated in slavery. It's a lie. Brothers and sisters, did we build the ships? Did we own the banks and the insurance company that's financed and insure the ships and the brothers and sisters? Did we own them, brothers and sisters? If I'm a partner in something, should I not get paid, brothers and sisters? Tell me, if I am a partner in a business, shouldn't I not get paid? So where's our payment? Where are the plantations that we owned? Where are the big insurance company that we owned? Where are the banks that we owned that benefited from slavery? So brothers and sisters, from this day on, never repeat, never admit that we participated in slavery. And now, more than ever, they want to convince us because they don't want to pay a reparation. And if they admit to the fact that we didn't participate, then they know they have to pay us. Because they're claiming that, why should we pay you when you participated, when you helped, when you benefited? Where did we benefit? Brothers and sisters, I want to thank you for your work. I want to thank you for your commitment, but I want to remind you that Africa needs you. I'm in Africa right now, this minute. I have been here since March, and it has been a blessing. I thank the ancestors, not for the part of this disease that's hurting our brothers and sisters, but even though I have important business in America, the ancestors and Marcus Garvey kept me here in Liberia, saying to me, President General, you have work to do. And I must say to you that I have committed my heart, I have committed my soul, and I've committed my finances to building Liberty Farm in Africa. Because Liberty Farm will change the scope as we know it. Liberty Farm will help us to build that big city. Liberty Farm will help us to build Marcus Garvey Academy and a Marcus Garvey University perched on the continent of Africa. The red, black, and green is perched, flying in the air on Liberia. Liberty Farm, we want to perch it all over the continent of Africa. But brothers and sisters, even though I think that I am great, I'm only as great as the help you're going to give to me. I feel strong because I know I have brothers and sisters in Atlanta, brothers and sisters in Chicago, in DC, in Maryland, in Jamaica, all over Africa, in New York, in New Jersey, brothers and sisters who have created that base for me to stand on. Brothers and sisters who are making me feel good right now because we are on this program and we're proliferating the information of the UNIA and the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. I know that I can stay in Africa longer because the UNIA in the States is in good hands. So brothers and sisters, my gratitude to you, brothers and sisters, I thank you for allowing me to serve as your President General. I thank you for being the base that I stand on. And if you ever think that I'm stepping out of line, brothers and sisters, you have the right to check me because I'm confident to know when I'm right. Therefore, I'm confident to know when I'm wrong, and I'm confident to accept good information, good ideas, good suggestion from my brothers and sisters, from my UNIA family. Brothers and sisters, I thank you for giving me this base to stand on. The greatest thing that ever happened to me was when I became a UNIA member. And I'm a UNIA member for life. I'm a UNIA member until I die. And I feel good because of each and every one of you. Brothers and sisters, Marcus Garvey is my teacher. And I must tell you again, I do nothing without him. I don't create anything without him. Everything I'm doing is from the black prints that he left for us. The rock we created in New York is for the black print of the UNIA-ACL. Liberty Farm that I create in Liberia. It's not my idea. It's not my idea. It's from the UNIA, our ancestors, and Marcus Garvey. The only thing that happened is the ancestors blessed me with a few dollars that I could invest to make it a reality. It's not my idea. I just read Garvey and Garveyism. Brothers and sisters, I need your help. Brothers and sisters, I need your help. I'm going to tell you a little story. This story has motivated me for so many years. Brothers and sisters, my friend owned the Marcus Garvey Center in Brooklyn. And in the center, below him, there's a Korean store. The Korean man said to him, I own 7 of these stores. Of course, all in the black community. My friend said to him, where do you get the money from to own all these stores? He said, the Korean Association gives it to me. But I make sure, and listen to this part that the Korean man said. He said, I make sure I pay back the association so another Korean can get a loan. I pay back the association so another Korean can get a loan. My friend said to him, Mr. Lin, since we're friends, can you take me to the Korean Association? He said, no. He said, Korean Association, Korean people. He went on to say, you're black. Go to the Black Association. He's right. Brothers and sisters, where is the Black Association? The Black Association is right here. The Black Association is right here. Mr. Garvey and our ancestors created 106 years ago. Had our first international convention 100 years ago. Gave us our red, black, and green flag 100 years ago. Gave us a constitution 100 years ago. Gave us the Declaration of the Rights of the African People 100 years ago. Brothers and sisters, for all the work that Mr. Garvey did. Mr. Garvey went on trial in New York City on trumped-up charges. Mr. Garvey defended himself because he believed he could not get the right leadership and the right legal help to win the case, even though there was no way Mr. Garvey was going to win that case. No way. Because the world had gathered, the leaders of the world, and said to themselves, are we going to allow this one man to break up what we have established for 300 years? Are we going to allow him to do that? So there was no way Mr. Garvey was going to win that case. But Mr. Garvey defended himself. And in defending himself, he got the better of the U.S. attorney. The U.S. attorney got up and he asked that famous, question. He asked that famous question, are you going to let the tiger go? Are you going to let the tiger go? Mr. Garvey was convicted. Mr. Garvey was convicted, but Mr. Garvey said, you have gotten the tiger. However, my cubs are roaming. Didn't we see cubs like Julius Nyerere? Didn't we see cubs like Kwame Nkrumah? Didn't we see cubs like Patrice Lumumba, Malcolm X? Each and every one of you cub who is on the phone right now, We, the cubs of Mr. Garvey, we are roaming. That's why some of us are in Zimbabwe, some of us are in Sierra Leone, Ghana, some of us in Chicago, some of us in Florida, some of us, we're all over, some of us in Liberia. We are the cubs of Marcus Garvey. Martin Luther King said it best. He said, special thanks and praises must be given to this African prophet who showed us the way to salvation. Malcolm X said, every time I see an island in the Caribbean, every time I see a country in Africa getting its independence, I know that Marcus Garvey is alive. Historians said what Marcus Garvey did, when he did it and where he did it was impossible. It should not have happened. So brothers and sisters, I must say to you, just in case you didn't know, God himself was working through the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. Mr. Garvey was bestowed by God himself. God sent the brother, you are right. This is divine time for the UNIA. God himself sent Mr. Garvey. God himself preparing us right now. Brothers and sisters, after all that happened, Mr. Garvey said, all I have given you. All I have given you. One person asked Mr. Garvey after the trial, after he was convicted, they asked Mr. Garvey, would you do anything different? Mr. Garvey went on to say, when I did what I did, I knew exactly what would happen to me. When I did what I did, I knew exactly what would happen to me. However, he said, men who are in earnest are unafraid of consequences. Therefore, brothers and sisters, we must do what we know is right, regardless of the consequences. Brothers and sisters, we must redeem Africa because, or regardless of the consequences. We must redeem Africa because it is the right thing to do for our people. We are the Redeemer. Brothers and sisters, Mr. Garvey was locked up in Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. Ras Marvin, I thank you on my visit to Atlanta. You took me to the prison, in front of the prison, so I could have seen where Mr. Garvey was locked up. I thank you for that, my brother.
You're welcome, PG.
But being locked up in the prison, brothers and sisters, Mr. Garvey knew they were going to kill him. He knew they were going to kill him in prison. So in prison, he wrote a letter. And he wrote a letter and sent it out to all the UNIA division the world over. But before I even finalize the letter, I have to thank Black people in America who protested in front of the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary every single day to prevent them from killing Mr. Garvey. It was because of their pressure, because of their protests, they realized that we better leave this man alone. It further went where Coolidge had to break his sentence and release him. So brothers and sisters, Mr. Garvey sent out that letter. And he sent out the letter to let Black people know that regardless of what happened to him, he was going to be here with them. And now, brothers and sisters, I shall recite that letter to you. Mr. Garvey said, after my enemies are satisfied, Black people, I shall come back to serve. In life, I shall be the same, but in death, I shall be a terror to the foes of Black liberty. If death has power, count on me to be the real Marcus Garvey. If I may come in a cyclone, pestilence, or as God would have me, black people, don't you know I shall never desert you and make your enemies triumph over you? Would I not go to hell 1,000,000 times for you? Would I not cry at the footstool of the Lord omnipotent for you? Would I not walk the earth like the ghost of Macbeth for you? Then why be sad? Cheer up and be assured that if it takes 1,000,000 years, the sins of our enemies shall visit the 1,000,000th generation of those who hinder and oppress us. If I die in Atlanta, my work then shall only begin. For I shall live in the spiritual to see the days of Africa's glory. Look for me in the whirlwind. Look for me in the storm. Look for me all around you. For with God, grace, and blessing, I shall rise again. I shall bring with me countless millions who have died in the Caribbean, North America, and Africa to aid us in the fight for freedom, liberty, and life. Black people, he said, when I am dead, wrap me in the mantle of the red, the black, and the green. Brothers and sisters, one God, one aim,
one aim,
one destiny.
One
Long
destiny.
live Marcus Garvey.
And destiny.
Long live the UNIA. Much love, my brothers and sisters. My brothers and sisters, to make sure that Mr. Garvey memories and philosophy live on for the next 100 years. Please activate your citizenship in the UNIA. Get your families and your friends to activate their citizenship. Brothers and sisters, commit to the African Redemption Fund so we can redeem Africa. We can build Africa. We can build that empire that Mr. Garvey intended for us to build. Brothers and sisters, one love.
One
Thank
love.
you.
Blessed, blessed.
First, let's back up our President General. So, Michael Duncan, powerful message.
See you, PG. Good to see you.
Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Big up
Thank you.
PG, big up PG.
Yes.
Brothers and sisters, we was listening to a presentation from UNIA-ACL Division 401 in Chicago, and we're gonna pass the mic back to President Marua so Division 401 can continue with their wonderful presentation. President Marua?
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Ross. Thank you, PG, for honoring us. We know, and I hate to say this because other divisions are on, but we know that you truly, truly love Division 401 in Chicago. You graced us by coming on with us to give that beautiful Garveyite message. Thank you, President General. I hope New York is not, feeling too bad, but we are his favorite. So we're gonna turn this back over. We're gonna turn this back over to Sister Janelle, and we can wrap up because I know we got a few more. We got a few more great presentations from the Garveyite Cubs of Division 401. Our new officers, and I know that they are really elated that you just set such a high bar for them to come after the PG. So they got to bring it strong. All right, Sister Janelle.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
That is some pressure, that was put on us to come behind the PG, but it is a blessing as well, as you said. But before we move on in our program to our next speaker, I have to take this back a step because we have to all, if you know how to clap through the screen, if you want to unmute, but I think we really need to give that young queen that was speaking, our next First Lady Vice President, Sister Shavana, a round of applause because that sister was on fire. Please, y'all, give that sister a round of applause. We have to, she is our youth. She is still in her 20s. We have to give her this type of acknowledgement and applause and let her know that we recognize that she is one of the most powerful sisters we got right now. and she still has so much potential and growth in her. So I just want to, you know, give her a round of applause and tell that queen that we appreciate her fire, because her fire is awesome. So, all right. Thank you, Sister Shavana. Bravo to you. And we're going to move on now to another one of our officers that's going to be coming up. And this is going to be our second vice president, Brother Abdullah Shabazz. And he's going to tell us why he loves Black people. You have the floor, King.
I love being black, being black, being black. 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 I love being black, and I love my bro, and I love my sis, and I love the kids. I love being black, and I love my bro, and I love my sis, and I love the kids. Repeat after me, family. One God.
One God.
One God. One enemy.
One destiny.
One destiny.
One destiny.
For the African.
For the African.
Those at home.
Those at home.
And those abroad.
And those
abroad. Race first.
Race first.
Ashe, family.
Ashe.
I love being black, and I love Black people. I love me. When I love me, I love you. I love being black. I respect me. When I respect me, I automatically respect you. Why? Because when I look at being a Garveyite, I wasn't brought into Garveyism. It was already born in me. I'm gonna say it again, family. When Brother Marua came to me last year and told me I need to go ahead and invoke my membership, I said, bro, I've been a Garveyite since the day I was born. Because this red, black, and green has always been embedded in me. This blood, this red, that represents that blood in which our ancestors shed for us to continue that fight for freedom, justice, and equality, and defense of our liberation. Our ancestors that shed their blood, brothers like Marcus Garvey, who gave up his life so that we could continue to fight for our people. That black, that represents all of our melanated people across this planet. So when I say I love being black, I'm not saying I love being black for me. I'm saying I love being black for my brothers in New York. I love being black for my sisters in Florida. I love being black for our brothers and sisters in the motherland. When a brother from Tanzania hits me up and tells me that, brother, peace and greetings, I reply to him, brother, peace and greetings, love. Because that's the love I have for my brother in Tanzania. That's the love I have for my sister in Sierra Leone. That's the love I have for our brothers and sisters in Australia, the indigenous Australians. That's the love I have for our people in the UK, in the Caribbean. Which leads me to that green that represents the material wealth and abundant riches of the land of Africa. Not only just that motherland, but this entire 93 million square miles of this planet that our people have inhibited, have migrated, and have discovered first, long before the white man ever thought that the world was round. This is why I say I love being black. This is why I say I love our people. Because as our President General just said, we got work to do. When the lines go down, that's when the Cubs come in and pick up the mantle. which is why we in Chicago had us youngers are now coming to the forefront and developing and picking up the mantle and taking that leadership, because it's up to us to carry the torch from what an example that the elders set us already. So that when our children become of age, we pass that torch to them and we allow them to carry it on. But we have to instill in them to love them who they are. That's my young prince right there, family. That's my young prince right there. He's 10 now, but he won on that picture. Tell you why he loved being black. Because his daddy loved being black. There's 4 things. If you was to meet my son right now, family, there are 4 questions you can ask him, and I guarantee you without hesitation, he would answer all 4 of those questions with pride. You will ask him, what's his name? What does it mean? Who is his name after? Where did he come from? He's going to tell you without hesitation, family. His name is Malik. It means king. He's named after Malcolm X. But the most important question and the most important answer he's going to give you, where did he come from? Without hesitation, family, my son will gladly answer that question with Africa. One of the greatest things of us being black and loving being black is not only did we build other planets, other countries and different continents, but we brought civilization to other countries and other continents throughout the world. One of the greatest quotes, the Honorable Marcus Garvey has always stated that in your spare time, devote at least 1 hour a day to reading. Because the greatest conflict that is ailing our people right now is their mentality. When we speak of freedom, we have to look at the word free and dumb, D-O-M. What does D-O-M mean? It means your mind. Your mind. So when Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey encouraged us to spend at least an hour of our day devoted to reading. This is what we have to incorporate within ourselves first as Garveyites, and then we have to teach this to our people. When you show me what you sacrifice, and I'll show you what I love. If I'm willing to sacrifice my life for the liberation and defense of our people across the planet, that means I'm showing you without a shadow of a doubt that I truly love you, because I love me. When I love me being a powerful and enlightened black man, that means I have, without question, sincere devotion and loyalty and love to my people. So therefore, I pick up the dictionary to read. I have inserted this into the mind of my son. I speak to young brothers and sisters and show them a different way other than what they're currently used to. Because if I'm willing to sacrifice my life to show our people how much we love them, then I must be dedicated to teach, guide, and instruct them on a positive path. And that is what we must continue to do to continue to grow for the UNIA brothers and sisters. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. We look at some of these books right here. Message to the Black Man. This is what introduced me to Garveyism as an 18-year-old. In fact, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad took his due for self-philosophy from the self-determination philosophy that Garvey instilled long before the Nation of Islam came into existence. Because when you have self-determination, you're automatically telling yourself that you're not dependent on your slave master to do for you. You're not dependent on your slave master to feed you. You're not dependent on your slave master to clothe you. You're not dependent on your slave master to aid and assist you. which is why we speak from a position of power as Garveyites. Garvey built his own schools. Garvey built his own grocery stores. Garvey had women that were effective leaders and workers alongside us, which leads me to my other point. When I say I love being black, I love the most beautiful resource we have on the planet Earth, and that's that black woman. I'm talking about that strong, powerful black woman. I'm talking about the black woman, the first person we saw when we came out of the womb was our mother. So when we say we love our people, we have to show that we love our women. We have to be able to guide our women. We have to be able to protect our women. Anybody that disrespects and come against our women in a hostile and violent way, brothers and sisters, we have to go back to what Garvey did. Garvey made sure that no woman under the UNIA back in the day was disrespected and violated. What we're seeing today amongst our people, this has to stop. And it has to be built in a form of re-educating our people. Showing our sisters, hey sister, you're not a B-I-T-C-H. You're a queen. And you're a queen because you hold your head high and you stand strong. And I treat you like one. Hey, brother, you ain't an N-I-double-G-A. You're a king. You're a leader. You're a guy. You're responsible. When you incorporate that language into the mentality of our people, you're automatically showing your love and your dedication and your service to your people because you're showing it through action. We as Garveyites here in Chicago, we go on community patrols for New Era Chicago. We wave our red, black, and green flags proudly in the street. And when our brothers and sisters in these neighborhoods see us, of course, you know, they come out and say Black Lives Matter. But we in return reverse the psychology by saying race first, black power. Because power is love. And the love that Garvey showed us through power, through economics, through self-sufficiency, that employed our people, that trickled money back down into our communities, that established other black communities across the country during that time. We're speaking 100 years ago. We're speaking during the time where we had a Black Wall Street. We're speaking of the time where we had a Rosewood, Florida. We're speaking of the time where we had a Raleigh, North Carolina. We're speaking of the time where here in Chicago, we had a thriving Bronzeville and other places. Well, we had a Harlem back in those days. And of course, we had our instigators, but for the most part, our people loved and cherished and respected each other. This is the work of Garveyism that has to continue to be done, brothers and sisters. Because when I say I love black people, I'm speaking to every single Garveyite on this panel tonight. I love you. I respect you. I wouldn't want for you that I wouldn't want for myself. If my brother in the chat is struggling and he comes to me and say, brother, can you help me? Yes, brother, I can. Tell me what you need. If my sister says, brother, can you hold guard on us while we go do our thing? Sure, sister, I got you. Love is sacrifice, and you're willing to do it without hesitation. That is what I mean when I say I love our people. So as I close, brothers and sisters, let's continue that spirit of love, peace, justice, and equality for us. Let's continue to push that mantle of race first for our people. Because when I say I love our people, I look at y'all as family. I look at Brother Maru as my brother. I look at Sister Janiyah as my sister. I look at Mama Pharrell as my mother. I look at all the elders as my grandmothers, my grandfathers. I look at our youngest as our babies. This is our family. And when you have family, you don't take your problems outside. You make sure you handle your problems inside, because why? Family gonna have disagreements. But when family come together, we come together as a strong unit family, and we come out of love. That is why I love black people. That is why I'm a Garveyite. You didn't have to bring me into the UNIA. I was born a Garveyite, and I'm going to die Garveyite. Why? Because Garvey stood for race first, and I'm going to stand for it until the day I die, because I love being black. And with that, family, my time is up. Peace and love, race first, Africa for the Africans.
Peace, brother. That's what's up. Thank you so much. Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. All right, so we're going to keep this moving and we are going to move on to our next presentation. And I know he's going to slam dunk this. So this is another officer that will be inducted with the our division on Monday. And this is our future first vice president, Brother Ray Robinson. And Brother Ray Robinson is going to tell us why he joined the UNIA. Brother, you have the floor.
Brother Ray, we're not hearing you. You have to unmute your line. Unmute your mic.
Brother Ray, you got
Okay, that's got. I got it.
There he is.
Okay, Ray's first. First of all, I'd like to say it's an honor to be on this Zoom. It's an honor to be on here with all you guys and sisters, youth, and everyone. But let me start by saying this right here. The day Marcus Garvey was born was the day my life changed. And this is what I'm saying. If it wasn't no Marcus Garvey, wouldn't be no UNIA. If it wasn't no UNIA, wouldn't be no red, black, and green. And if it wasn't for UNIA, if it wasn't a UNIA, wouldn't be no Division 401. So therefore, I wouldn't even be an officer in that division. So the day Marcus Garvey was born was the day my life changed. And what I like about Garvey and why I'm a Garveyite is this right here. See, Garvey just wasn't black on the outside. Garvey was black on the inside also. His mind was not colonized like most people during that day and age during this time. When I went to Jamaica, St. Anna Bay, and went and visited Marcus Garvey's house. Now, I read Marcus Garvey the Hero. And I was reading about how he would go into his dad's library and he would study and he would read. When I actually got to the house itself and saw the library in which he read, and now the house is up on a hill. And when I was reading Garvey, he talked about how he went to school. And I just imagined Garvey going down that hill as a boy on a regular basis. Every day going to school. And then every day coming back home to read. You know, when I thought of a library, I thought of like a room with a lot of space in it, where a lot of shelves and books from all different writers around the world, and and history books and things of that nature. When I saw how small the library was, it just reminded me of the education that Garvey had. A man that had a vision that wherever he went, he said he saw black people down in every island, city, country. He said wherever he went, he saw black people at the bottom of every social society and social order. And he decided to do something about that. I was reading also about how Garvey said he was a timekeeper on a banana plantation in Panama. And he said that everywhere he worked, the blacks were being treated unfairly and was paid less than what they supposed to receive. So Garvey took it on himself to do something about it. Now the question is, why did I become a Garveyite? How could I not become a Garveyite? How could I not become a Garveyite when I see the condition of the people? And I'm gonna bring it up to date. The President General said something I was gonna mention. Marcus Garvey said, you liberate the minds of men, you ultimately will liberate the bodies of men. And I have to speak from my past experience. See, it's one thing to be in the whirlwind, but it's another thing to be lost in the whirlwind. I'm African by birth, by DNA. So I don't have to join UNIA. I was born into it. So I was born into it, so you can't put me out. But until I became a Garveyite and started studying Garveyism, that's when I started understanding what Garvey and Garveyite and Garveyism is all about. Charity begins at home. Being a Garveyite challenged me to challenge myself, to go inside of me, because I walked around with a black biology and a white psychology for many a years. I was raised on white nationalism, Partridge Family, Brady Bunch. I wanted to be everything except black. I know I used to get my hair permed, right? I used to get the skin light because I didn't like being black. Because everywhere I went when I was a kid, black was seen to be bad, ugly, and negative. So I made up in my young mind, I didn't want to be none of that. But it was when I came to be a Garveyite and became a member of Division 401 that I started understanding not just Garveyism, but I started understanding me and how my thinking had became my biggest enemy, how my thinking was colonized, how my thinking had become my biggest enemy, how I looked upon myself and other black people as, negative, thuggish, bad. Everything and every appellation that's related to something negative, that's how I saw myself and my people. Deeply psychologically occupied by a foreign teaching, a foreign people, and an open enemy to me and my people. So how could I not become a Garveyite? Now I take this message to the people in the community that I work around and I work in. Even the brothers and sisters in the jails, even those in corporate America. I learned to carry the message of Garvey, talk about Garvey. And let me say this, it's difficult relating to people where they don't have no prior knowledge of who Garvey is or what Garveyism is all about. So it's my duty to relate to them, not talk at them, to talk with them. And also to listen to them and plant seeds about who Garvey was, what Garveyism is all about, and to study the lessons and the teachings and the path that Garvey laid down for us to follow. Marcus Garvey said, if the black man and black woman continuously drink from the cesspool of Western civilizations, then we will die from its effects. And that's what I bear witness to every day in the communities that I travel and I work in. Every day, I'm out there. I talk to the people. I relate to the people, no matter what their condition is, no matter what they have done, no matter if they're still in the gangs, if they're still using hard narcotics, alcohol, or even if they're entrepreneurs, they have their own life and they have their lives pretty much together. I'm still gonna meet my people because the Africans said that we are the same being in different disguises. So when I see them, I see me. Their struggle is my struggle. One shot, we all shot. One shine, we all shine. Marcus Garvey said the whole world is ran on the bluff. But what is the biggest bluff? When they bluff you out of who you are. When they bluff you into believing that you're nothing, that you're not even worthy. When they bluff you to the point you become an open enemy to yourself, your family, and your community. When they bluff you to thinking that black is not beautiful, it's my duty. How could I not become a Garveyite? How could I? And let me say this. The biggest challenge of Garveyism and being a Garveyite challenged me to challenge my own attachments and my own inner weaknesses. I have to be the message that I bring. So being a Garveyite just didn't have me try to work and help other people. It had me to look inside and work on myself. It's an old African proverb. It says if you don't go within, you're going to go without, because African just not an outside expression. It's an internal reality. How could I not do the work? How could I not see black people beautiful? Martin Luther King said that Marcus Garvey was the first person to say that black people was beautiful and black people was special. Because if anybody on this call is anything like me, it said whatever you feed the mind the most gonna win. And what you constantly tune into, you turn to. What you constantly practice, you become. Most of my life, I've been practicing white nationalism, not knowing it. So when I became a member of Division 4-1, and thanks to Brother Marua, my president, we was good friends before I became member, and he invited me in. That was like a baptism, a resurrection, so I could come back home to myself, that I could claim my Africanism, that I could claim my blackness, that I could be proud of it. Because let me say this, I wasn't born into a Garveyite family. I didn't come up around a lot of people talking about race first, black is beautiful. I came up around a lot of people did and said the total opposite. And what could be done to a human being was being done to a human being while I came up there. So today, it's an honor. You know, Garvey talked about character and honor. It's an honor. And let me say this, the harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. Our ancestors, the Africans said, because something lasts a long time doesn't mean that it's permanent, but we have to do the work. I have to do the work. And I will do the work. And you know, when I see the little children looking into when you look into the eyes of a black child, and you see that innocence. Our ancestors said this. They say innocence is a natural state of the black soul. And lack of innocence is something that the soul acquires when it comes to this world under white supremacy. When you train against the truth and you train to hate yourself, it's my duty. It's honorable duty. It's an honorable calling to teach what I bear witness to, not what I think, not what I believe, and not just our own opinion before I give an opinion. And I'm willing to listen and learn. See, I'm a student of Garvey. I'm a student of Garveyism. I'm a student of Division 4-1. I'm a student of UNIA. I'm never a teacher. I'm always open because we got a fight. We got a battle. But I believe in what the ancestors said. I believe in what Garvey said. I believe in that. And I just don't believe it. I try to practice it and live it because I can understand talking is the easiest art to master. I could get on this call, I could quote some stuff, but the truth is in its application. The truth is when I run across that sister out there still selling her body and she needs some change. The truth is, would I help her or would I denounce her because of her condition? See, it's one thing to talk about being a Garveyite when I'm around Garveyites, but the truth is living Garveyism. When I'm in contact with the gangbang, when I'm in contact with the people I work in corporate America or in the county, do I still express that Garveyism? Do I still talk about that? And this is why I had to become a Garveyite. It's just that I chose to be a Garveyite. Garveyism chose me also because I was once told what you're looking for is also looking for you, and I have found my place. And that's pretty much it.
Peace, brother. That is peace, peace. Great, great. Man, I love to hear that. We have some passionate members, as you guys can see, and I love my passionate members.
That's just that racial battle fatigue coming out, sis. That's the racial battle fatigue.
Powerful, bro, powerful. But what's crazy is, you know, every member has their own path and their own journey. You have, ever since I walked into Division 401, you and Brother Marua are some of the most passionate brothers in our division, like some of the most passionate. So we hear Brother Marua's walk, and as he said, from the womb, he was up in here. So even when he tried to run away, the ancestors snatched him right back, like, nah, we're not finished with you. But you didn't even start your journey then, but you have just as much passion because, like you said, it was looking for you. It was already there. So, you know what I'm saying? That fire, it's like even with our young queen, our lady vice president, that fire that she has, I remember the day she walked in. I remember the first day she came in, and the ancestors snatched her up too. So it's a beautiful thing for all the other members to be able to hear our different paths and our different journeys and what sparked these fires in us. Because everybody that's on the Zoom has the fire. So thank you for sharing with us your fire. Okay,
Race first.
Race first, brother. Next, we are going to have our Grand Sheikess, Sister Oshun Joy Bay, and she will be inducted Monday as our chaplain. So she's going to talk about something that's very important, the Moorish Garveyite Alliance, why it's important, and what we've been doing on this end with such an alliance. So, Sheikess, the floor is yours, Queen.
Peace and love, family. Race first.
Race first.
All right. First, I bow down myself in humble submission, and I rise giving praise to the great God who we at times call Allah, the author, the creator, the governor of the world, almighty, eternal, and incomprehensible, the causeless cause and the rootless root. I give honors to my Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and I also give honors to who we call our harbinger, our forerunner, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. So I'm here to talk about the Moorish Garveyite Alliance, and I started my journey as a Garveyite, and I would not have been thinking about more science if I wasn't out in the field doing the work. And if my president didn't tell me to go study, then I probably wouldn't. But me studying led to a whole different journey where I am able to, along with my brothers and sisters, where we are able to take some of the misconceptions and some of the negative connotations between the Moors and the Garveyites, and we're able to turn that around because we have an alliance here. And a lot of our members of Unity Temple 23 are members of UNIA Division 401, and we encourage that because in the Moore Science Temple, a lot of us in the temples, we fly that flag. That flag is there. You know, we say that we honor the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, but how can we honor the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey if we do not know him? If we do not sit down with those who sat down with him and study him? We can't. We're not gonna know. So the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey told us one God, one aim, and one destiny. Yes, these are two different governments, two different organizations, but both organizations are for the liberation of Africa's scattered children. So what is there to fight about? What is there to argue about? And why not create an alliance? And an alliance is a bond or connection between families. We family, right? States, parties, or individuals. An association to further the common interests of the members. Specifically, a confederation of nations by treaty. So here at UNIA Division 401, Sir Isaiah Mortar Division, and Unity Temple 23, we have an alliance, and we are setting the pattern. When the UNIA or when the Garveyites need us, we do our best to be there, and vice versa. This is what we do. There's no other way. Unification is the only solution, and we can't continue to battle over semantics. I wanted to read something, and I'm not going to carry too long, but I wanted to read something from the Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. And it says, who and what is the Negro? The New York World, under date of January 15th, 1923, published a statement of Drs. Clark Weiser and Franz Boas, confirming the statement of the French that Moroccan and Algerian troops used in the invasion of Germany were not to be classified as Negroes, because they were not of that race. How the French and these gentlemen arrived at such a conclusion is marvelous to understand. But I feel it is the old-time method of deriving the Negro of anything that would tend to make him recognized in a useful occupation or activity. So this is the ploy that they continue to use to separate us, and we allow it. We allow it if we don't unify, if we get caught up on semantics, if we got, why not unify under what we have in common? Because we have more in common than we have that's different. But I'm gonna continue. The customs of these anthropologists is whenever a Black man, whether he be Moroccan, Algerian, Senegalese, or what, accomplishes anything of importance, he is no longer a Negro. The question therefore suggests itself, who and what is a Negro? The answer is a Negro is a person of dark complexion or race who has not accomplished anything, to whom others are not obligated.
She hit on mute. She hit on her mute. Sister Chaplain, you hit your mute. Okay.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you. Okay. The answer is a Negro is a person of dark complexion who has not accomplished anything and to whom others are not obligated for any useful service. If the Moroccans and Algerians were not needed by France at this time to augment their occupation of Germany or to save the French nation from execution, they would have indeed been called Negroes, as usual. But now that they have been rendered themselves useful to higher appreciation of France, they are no longer members of the Negro race, but can be classified among a higher type of made out by the two professors above mentioned. Whether these professors of French desire to make the Moroccans other than Negroes, we are satisfied that their propaganda before has made these people to understand that their destiny is linked up with all other men of color throughout the world. And now that the hundreds of millions of darker peoples are looking toward one common union and destiny through the effort of universal cooperation, we have no fear that the Moroccans and Algerians will take care of the situation in France and Germany, particularly to the interests of Negroes throughout the world. Let us not be flattered by white anthropologists and statesmen who, from time to time, because of our success here, there, or anywhere, try to make out that we are no longer members of the Negro race. If we were Negroes then, when we were down under the heel of oppression, then we will be Negroes when we are up and liberated from such thraldom. The Moroccans and Algerians have a splendid opportunity of prevailing the real worth of the Negro in Europe. And who to tell that one day Africa will colonize Europe, even as Europe has been endeavoring to colonize the world for hundreds of years. So I say all of that to say the Honorable Marcus Garvey knew what it was. So where have we been at? There's no separation between the two, between Moore Science Temple and the UNIA, and the Moore Science Temple needs to be wherever the UNIA is and vice versa. So Division 401, we have come together and created this alliance because man need a pattern for his life. So because man need a pattern, we gonna set it. We have no problem with coming together, working together, and doing what's necessary. It's no big I's and little U's. We all for the redemption of Mother Africa. We all got the same foot on our neck. So there's no reason to fight and argue over semantics, nationality, etc. Furthermore, if we're building a grand racial empire, if it's an empire, empires have different nations and tribes and religions and all of that. We don't have to be the same. We don't have to claim the same thing, but we all traveling down the same road. We all have the same goals. It's one God, one aim, one destiny. I came in love and I leave in peace. Race first, family.
Ashe, race first, Queen. That was great. Very powerful. Dropping knowledge on us. Thank you so much. Love when we hear it. All right, so Division 401's time is winding down. So we have one more member that is going to speak, and she will be another officer that will be inducted on Monday. And this is our lady president. So, Sister Tanaya, you have the floor, Queen.
Sister Tanaya, you're on mute.
There you go, Queen.
Okay, greetings, family. Can you all see and hear me?
Yes, we can, Queen.
Ashe, ashe. All right. Well, family, since this is the 100-year celebration since our first international convention, I'm gonna start this thing out right with the Declaration of the Rights of the Negro People of the World. Article 39 states, we complain that the colors red, black, and green be the colors of the Negro race. Ashe.
Ashe.
Now, I'm going to go into the work, family. That's a topic that I chose. I will not keep you long, but let's talk about the work for a minute, family. Let's get into it. This topic is perfect for me because I like to deal with practicality. When it comes to doing the work for our noble race, the Right Excellent Marcus Mosiah Garvey said that African people must always be mindful that the greatest weapon used against us is disorganization. So, knowing that that's one of our greatest weapons, let's get in formation, Africans. Allow me to rephrase that. Let's get back into formation, Africans. Ashe. Garveyites, I joined the UNIA because I love my race. However, the second reason I joined the UNIA-ACL was for the structure. It was the structure, family. Brothers and sisters, I am a worker and workers need structures, Ashe. I need for y'all to repeat after me. You can stay muted. You can stay muted. Marcus Garvey provided leadership, and Garveyism is his work. One more time. Marcus Garvey provided leadership, and Garveyism is his work. With that being said, family, I studied to master the basics. The UNIA basics, that is. Brothers and sisters, Marcus Garvey was the king. He was the king of doing basic work. And out of that basic work came a basic understanding of the world. And out of that basic understanding generated a game plan for the race. And out of that game plan came Black excellence, which means we cannot afford to skip steps. Ashe. Family, Africa needs us to be on code with one another. More importantly, Africa needs us to be solid with one another. Ashe. The UNIA has a framework to it. And I noticed that the Honorable Marcus Garvey, he did things in threes. One God, one aim, one destiny. social, political, economics, study, organize, and work. He did things and he kept it simple, right? So learning and relearning the UNIA basics is essential. One of the greatest organizers that I know is our beloved President Marua here in Chicago. And he speaks often, family, Brother Marua speaks often about foundation building. So let's pause and reflect for a second. Garvey, it's reflection time. We in 100 years later. I would like for us to reflect for a moment on this 100-year anniversary of our first convention and ask ourselves, have we mastered the UNIA basics? Is our foundation strong? 100 years later, the UNIA is in a unique position once again to provide essential services to the race. Wasn't it 100 years ago when a pandemic broke out, didn't it? And that birthed the Black Cross nurses, right? That swine flu, right? Look at the parallels. The Black Cross nurses were the real essential workers. So brothers and sisters, we need to understand that we are essential workers for the race, and we just need to understand that what we do is important. One of our elders here in Chicago said, we must have operational unity. So let's get in formation. We may not like everything our brothers and sisters do and say, but it's the way we operate that's important. I want to encourage us to go back, family, to our local divisions and look at our organizational flow charts and reassess it and ask ourselves, are we doing the UNIA basics? Are we listening to our elders? It's so important not to skip steps, family. And besides that, don't our noble race deserve our due diligence? Marcus Garvey said, a strong man is strong everywhere. So let's get stronger, Africans. One of the reasons we may not be operating at the apex of our game when it comes to Black nationalism and Black liberation is because we might be skipping some essential steps. I feel personally a strong ancestral pull, and that is the ancestral energy is just saying that we need to go back to the basics. Right? Sankofa, Sankofa, Sankofa. So during this quarantine season, you know, while we, you know, sheltering in place and everything, you know, I just would like to encourage us, let's scale up our division work and let's level up as African people. Up, up, you mighty race. You can accomplish what you will. You were once great and you will be great again. In the words of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey.
Stop whining.
The elders said in Chicago, the elders have said this, that if we build it, the masses will come. And with that being said, I came in a spirit of race first, and I leave in that same spirit. Ashe.
Ashe, Queen. Thank you so much. And so for Division 401, we're going to leave out with the video and then we will be done. The video is only a couple of minutes long. We definitely appreciate this time. We would like to give a special mention to our chairman of the Board of Trustees, Queen Zakia Williams, our Secretary General, Brenda Amokan. I'm sorry, Sister Brenda, I know I killed your last name. And our Treasurer, Patricia Beck. And last but not least, Mother and our Elder Queen, Margaret Farrell. So we definitely want to make sure we give our elders their respect. Thank you so much, Queens, for all that you guys have done for us and how you're molding us and shaping us. We appreciate you. Brother Alton, you can play the video, and Division 401 would like to say thank you, everybody. Race first. We out.
Race first, race first.
All right, Brother Alton, you there?
Yeah, I needed to be unmuted, so I'm unmuted. So let me get this straight. We playing a video and we're not in, Brother Abdul.
Yes, brother. Just run the video and we're out.
Okay. Here we go. Let me share my screen. 1 second. So let me know if y'all could hear this.
Yes, we heard it, brother.
I was there for that too.
Turn it up a little bit.
The years 1889 through 1921, 3,436 blacks lynched. The mission, the anti-lynching bill. The rebellious Ida B. Wells. The struggle continues.
Well, what up, that? I can't explain. I can, but y'all want to hear shit.
Feel friction. What I elicit is a flow intruding, but smooth I diffuse their egos, relax. But not of your mentals. Heed the message I relate. If it offends you, I deduce that you're rude in defense of your ignorance. And there's no use for it since I live to dismiss the contents of the idle, incompetent. Inside the cabinets, unconscious, awakened black Congress, evident dominance. We are the originals. For us to take a stand and see this critical. Rules are forbidden. Their mission is to stop this. And you assist them for a profit. Truth of their function should be light within the prism of your wisdom. But they explain and you forgive them. A victim to your gift and gathers. They withhold you from the motherland. Misled that money makes a better man. Discipline's the foundation to manhood and knowledge. It's time you come from the promise that we come to take back all it is ours. And it's an imposition when you shun a like power since already you possess hard in magnitude. But you let them oppress you with inaccurate views of your African descendancy. So if you don't look for the light on the path, you'll forever be. Petrified on the edge of darkness, you can't move. Nudge or nudge and the hell like coal will consume. But I'ma throw you a line, don't be afraid of a light. I'll try to pull you in if you don't fight. The rhythmatic orator came to relate to you. A message that could save your life like a lifesaver. Do grab hold, don't allow yourself to be swallowed. Or down we both will go. The main ingredient for fear is the unknown. Intimidated stimulation sedates the soul. The temple itself should bring about abundance of pleasure. Instead you neglect it with elixir. Submission to drugs, it's a corruption amongst us. Just another brother or sister on self-destruct. Not for me, for the kings and queens, their word to be I pray. Perhaps a leader, now a slave. But I don't live to die in vain without an outcome. Drugs are the insurrection, so why be controlled by a controlled substance? I hold the peace that you seek, not the contraband. That's the key to it all. If we connect, you're protected. That glory is selected. conflicted. If you let me be, believe you see the slack, but the pieces are not fade to black. The year 1989. Hawkins, lynched. Commissioner Black Watch. The rebellious Queen Mother Rage. Freedom or death. Please assist, bring down the brick wall. Why make me climb it if just a fall? But you know I'll claw since you're on the other side. You built it strong and tall behind which to hide. Be not afraid, for I am your sentinel, sent from the Black Watcher. Watch over your temple till morning comes and rise. The sun is ready to rise, that will reside in the light. So open your eyes and make you move away from consumption. That's a disease that wastes you to nothing. It robs you of all your good and it leaves you for dead. Self-inflicted, origin within your head. You're perpetrating a fraud, that's what brought you here. Lost in nothingness, deep into nowhere. But I'm prepared to find within myself the power to lift with my lyrics and the spirit. So words are enforced by a force that's within us. Vainglorious is the vigorous. Try to figure us. All you need is common sense. Then question yourself if this offense. Till then, catch the essence. The 0 to 9 lessons. Not everybody can. Some is a death end, but destiny is for those who open and close. So when we come, take hold. Don't start dipping and tripping. I got your back in case you start slipping into darkness. Hooray!
Thank you, everyone. That is our time for Division 401.
Yes. Let's badge it up for UNIA Division 401 out of Chicago, Illinois, underneath the leadership of the great Honorable President Marua Farrell. Excellent job, Division 401. And now we see why Chicago divisions is big in the UNIA, because they integrated the youths into their division. And we got to do that all over the world, wherever our UNIA divisions are. So excellent job, excellent. And brothers and sisters, this is a 24-hour marathon. We've been here from 12 midnight last night, and we're still here. We're gonna go straight up to midnight and probably even after. And we have a couple more UNIA divisions who did not present. But we're gonna take a look a second and welcome the Friends of the Congo who would like to give a solidarity statement with the UNIA. So let's welcome Brother Quadro Danso. And Brother Quadro, you got the floor, my brother. You're on mute, so unmute yourself. You can unmute yourself? Yeah. Okay, you're good now.
All right. Peace and blessings. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for having me here tonight. It's been a pleasure to, hear what everyone has to share, as we celebrate this 100th anniversary of the RBG. Like Brother Ross said, representing Friends of the Congo tonight, just want to give a quick solidarity statement with y'all. Friends of the Congo, I mean, it wouldn't exist without, the teachings of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. So I just want to start by saying that per those teachings, solidarity with the DRC, who were representing the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is central to Pan-Africanism. The Honorable Marcus Garvey's message of Black nationalism and his call for African unity reverberated far beyond the borders of the United States. His actions and ideologies were an essential part of many growing Pan-African leaders and movements in his own generation and in the generations that followed, from Ghana to, obviously Jamaica and, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. A lot of people don't know, but there's a figure, a character, Marcus Garvey started doing his thing here in the States in the early 20th century, founded, the Black Star Line in 1919, started the RBG in 1920, 100 years ago. That's what we're celebrating, obviously. And in 1921, just a year later, Simon Kimbangu, he was a religious figure in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and he caught word of the teachings of this man over in North America and the Caribbean, going around talking about, you know, like black is beautiful and, you know, race first and, you know, giving people hope, you know. So I just want, you know, this is just that people felt. This guy was in the middle of the Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and he heard this message and he said, yo, I mean, we need to respond to this call. You know, and at the time, the Democratic Republic of the Congo was not even a democratic republic. It was part of the Empire of Belgium. And y'all might know of King Leopold II. He was one of the most brutal rulers, colonial rulers in all of Africa. He left his mark on the Congo, and it was a terrible mark. So by the 1920s, Simon Kimbango comes along and he says, who's this Marcus Garvey? Who's telling people, you know, telling my people, telling African people, telling black people that we can be free. He started telling people in the Congo, and then people started following him, started having faith, right? So that's the kind of faith that the Honorable Marcus Garvey inspired in people. And then less than 40 years after Simon Kimbango, who's inspired by Marcus Garvey, started doing his thing, we've got another great figure as the President General mentioned, you know, one of the roaming cubs of Garvey, Patrice Lumumba, right? And Patrice Lumumba, one of the students of Garveyism, right? One of his most brilliant roaming cubs, having left his mark, he was leading a titanic national movement for the independence of the Congo from Belgium in 1958, 1960s, you know? And from his mentor, the Honorable Marcus Garvey, Patrice Lumumba internalized the concept of African nationalism, right? The idea that African people of the Congo need to be free from the colonial rule of the Belgian Empire, free to self-determine, free to build their own society, free to reclaim the rightful place amongst the humankind. From the great elder, Lumumba internalized the concept of Pan-Africanism, the idea that African people all over the world are one, just like the Honorable Marcus Garvey knew that melanated people of the Caribbean, of the US, of Canada, of all of Africa are one people, not separate by borders, but are one people. Patrice Lumumba also knew that only African unity amongst the peoples of the continent and amongst the people of the diaspora, as far as African people are concerned, was the only way to ensure and secure true solidarity. So bless up to both of them for those teachings. Because of the legacy, the teachings, because of this legacy of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, right? Patrice Lumumba was able to lead one of the most inspiring independence movements of African people from European rule in all of history, right? And again, I mean, it's just one of those things that speaks. I've heard so many people mention it over the time that I've been with y'all tonight. It's an incredible thing that we have this incredible legacy of this man who left us all this knowledge. And not just knowledge, but inspiration, left us all this hope, right? And this is the legacy that he left behind, right? It's so storied that even today, 100 years later, 80 years after his passing, he is empowering, still to this day, African people such as ourselves to unite, to fight, and to ignite the spark of revolution from Jamaica, from here in the United States, in Guyana and the Caribbean, in Ghana, in Kenya, the whole Rastafarian movement, in the heart of Africa, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which is what that land is known as today. So in closing, just want to reiterate again that solidarity with the DRC, solidarity with the people of the Democratic Republic of the Congo is essential to Pan-Africanism. And it's essential to a sense of Garveyism, right? Because again, Garveyism is all about, I heard it mentioned a few hours ago. Someone asked, a brother asked, what is Garveyism to you? And one of those things it is to me, and one of those things it is to us at Friends of the Congo, is part of this sense of Pan-Africanism, where African people all over the world have to unite with a sense of purpose for the express goal of liberation, right? And what does that liberation mean? It means self-determination. It means all of these things. And it also means we have to look back to the elders who got us to the point we're at today and study their work and be able to move forward from there. So that's our message from Friends of the Congo. Thank you all again for having us. Peace and blessings, peace and power, race first. Let's get it.
Ashe, let's big it up for the Friends of the Congo. One of the our great leaders is African Patrice Lumumba. And brothers and sisters, what they did to our people in the Congo and the rest of Africa is so terrible and so bad. And all over the world, that's why it's so vital for us to all unite underneath the red, black, and the green. Well, brothers and sisters, we're gonna keep it moving. And thanks again, Brother Kojo, here in Atlanta, Georgia, for representing in the solidarity statement with the UNIA-ACL government. And next, brothers and sisters, let me ask real quick, is Mama Virgie still on the line? Pearl Academy still on the line? We have coming up Division 407 in Detroit is going to be with us for half an hour, but this is a time slot for the Washington, D.C. division, who's been with us from last night, midnight, but they haven't presented yet. But they have a big lineup coming for us, brothers and sisters, the division in D.C. Let me just double check, and there was one other person that was supposed to share a solidarity statement. Let me see if they are here. Well, let's go to Division 407 in Detroit, and they're only going to be on for just a half an hour. And Elder President Mensah, with a lot of words of wisdom shared earlier in 407 section. And then from 407, we're going to go to Division 330 in Washington, D.C. And then we'll head back to Atlanta, Georgia to wrap it up on the last hour. So let's welcome again President Mensah and Lady President Mukuraba of Division 407 in Detroit, Michigan. President Mensah.
Thank you, yes, Marlon. Yes, my name is Mensah Mosiah Salim, President of the Arthur Thomas Memorial Division 407 in Detroit, Michigan. First of all, I'd like to thank the Creator for having his hand over the UNIA and ACL for all these numbers of years, including the centennial years, as well as having his hand in the future over the UNA and ACL until such time that we become the people that he wants us to be. Second of all, Michael Duncan for taking out his precious time and work in Liberia to be on this program. And third, I'd like to thank Wes Marvin, President of Division 429, for doing such a marvelous job in chairing this centennial event. The Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey was born in 1887, and he also did some miraculous things. He left school at the age of 14, worked as a printer, joined Jamaican nationalist organizations, toured Central America, and spent time in London. Content at first with accommodation on his return to Jamaica, he aspired to open a Tuskegee-type industrial training school. In 1916, he came to America at Booker T. Washington's invitation, but arrived just after Washington died. As the leader of the largest organized mass movement in Black history and of modern Black, his beautiful idea, Garvey is now best remembered as a champion of the Back to Africa movement. In his own time, he was hailed as a redeemer, a Black Moses, though he failed to realize all his objectives his movement still represents a liberation from the psychological bondage of racial inferiority. When he settled in New York City, he organized a chapter of the UNIA, which he had earlier founded in Jamaica as a fraternal organization. Drawing on a gift for oratory, he melded Jamaican peasants' aspirations for economic and cultural independence with the American gospel of success to create a new gospel of racial pride, Garveyism. Eventually evolved into a religion of success, inspiring millions of Black people worldwide who sought relief from racism and colonialism. By 1920, the UNA had hundreds of chapters worldwide. It hosted elaborate international conventions and published the Negro world widely disseminated weekly, though banned in many parts of Africa and the Caribbean. In 1922, the federal government indicted Garvey on mail fraud charges stemming from Black Star Line promotional claims, and he suspended all BSL operations. 2 years later, the UNA created another line, the Black Cross Navigation and Trading Company, but it too failed. Garvey was sentenced to prison. The government later commuted his sentence only to deport him back to Jamaica in November 1927. He never returned to America. In Jamaica, Garvey reconstituted the UNIA and held conventions there in Canada. But the heart of his movement stumbled on his America without him. Garvey remained a keen observer of the world events, writing voluminously in his own papers. His final move was in London in 1935. He settled there shortly before fascist Italy invaded Ethiopia, and his public criticism of Haile Selassie's behavior after the invasion alienated many of his own remaining followers. Garvey died June 10, 1940. However, Garvey left us quite a bit, and I want to share a document, a very important document that Garvey left us. It's called The Active Fundamentalism. Now, this is a very important document that I'm going to share with you. And it reads like this: the time has come for the Black man to forget and cast behind him his hero worship and adoration of other races, and to start out immediately to create and immaculate heroes of his own. We must canonize our own martyrs and elevate to positions of fame and honor Black men and women who have made their distinct contributions to our racial history. So Joan of Truth is worthy of sainthood alongside of Joan of Arc, Crispus Attucks, and George William Gordon, all entitled to the halo of martyrdom with no less glory than that of martyrs of any other race. Jacques declined and Marcellus brilliantly as soldiers and statesmen outshone that of Cromwell, Napoleon, or Washington. Hence, they are entitled to the highest place of heroes among men. Africa has produced countless numbers of men and women in war and in peace, whose virtue and bravery outshines that of any other people. Then why not see good and perfection in ourselves? We must inspire a literature and promulgate a doctrine of our own without any apologies to the powers that be. The right is the Black man's and Africa's less contrary sentiments and cross opinions go to the winds. Opposition to the race independence is the weapon of the enemy to defeat the hopes of and unfortunate people. We are entitled to our own opinions and not obligated to be bound by opinions of others. If others laugh at you, return the laughter to them. If they limit you, return the compliment with equal force. They have no more right to dishonor or disrespect or disregard your feelings and manhood than you have in dealing with them. Honor them when they honor you. Disregard them when they vilely treat you. This arrogance is but skin deep and an assumption that has no foundation in moral or in law. They have sprung up from the same family tree of obscurity as we have. Their history is as rude and as primitive as ours. Their ancestors ran wild and naked, lived in caves and in branches of trees like monkeys as ours. They made sacrifices, ate the flesh of their own dead and raw meat of wild beasts for centuries, even as they accused us of doing. Their cannibalism was more prolonged than ours. When we were embracing the arts of science on the banks of the Nile, their ancestors were still drinking human blood and eating out of the skulls of their conquered dead. When our civilization had reached the noonday of progress, they were still running naked and sleeping in holes and caves with rats, bats, and other insects and animals. After we had already unfathomed the mysteries of the stars and reduced the heavenly constellations to minute and regular calculus, they were still backwoods men, living in ignorance and blatant darkness. So we have a lot to be proud of as a race of people. He says that the world today is indeed to us for the benefits of civilization. It is indebted to us for the benefits of civilization. The world is indebted to us for that. They stole our arts and science from Africa. Then why should we be ashamed of ourselves? Their modern improvements are but duplicates of a grander civilization that we reflected thousands of years ago. Without the advantage of what is buried and still hidden to be resurrected and reintroduced by the intelligence of our own generation and our posterity. Why should we be discouraged? Because somebody laughs at us today, who can tell what tomorrow will bring forth? Did they not laugh at Moses, Christ, and Muhammad? Was there not Carthage, Greece, or Rome? We see and have changes every day. So plan, work, be steadfast, and do not be dismayed. As the Jew is held together by his religion, the white race is by the assumption and by the precious tie of the blood, so likewise the black man must be united in one grand racial hierarchy. Our union must know no climate or boundary or nationality. Black men the world over must practice one faith, that of confidence in themselves, with one cause, one goal, and one destiny. Let no religious sculptures or political machinations divide you, but let us hold together under all climates and in every country, making among ourselves a racial empire upon which the sun shall never set. Let no voice but your own speak to you from the depths. Let no influence but your own rouse you in time of peace and in time of war. Hear all, but attend only to that which concerns you. Your allegiance shall be to your race, then to your family and your country. Remember always that the Jew is his political and economic urge is always first a Jew. The white is first a white man under all circumstances, and you can do no less than be first and always a black man. Then all else will take care of itself. Let no one inoculate you with evil doctrines to suit their convenience. There is no humanity before that which starts with yourself. Charity begins at home. First, to thyself be true. I'll say that again. First, to thyself be true, and thou cannot then be false to any man. Nature first made us what we are, and then out of our own creative genius, we make ourselves what we want to be. Follow always the great law. Let the sky be your limit. Let eternity be our measurement. There is no height to which we cannot climb by using the active intelligence of our own mind. Mind creates, and as much as we desire in nature, we can have through our creation of our own minds. Being at present the scientifically weaker race, you shall treat. Okay, you shall treat others only as they treat you. But in your homes and everywhere possible, you must teach the highest science of development of science to your children. And be sure to develop a race of science par excellence. For in science and nationalism lie our only hope to withstand the evil designs of modern materialism. Never forget your cause. Remember, we live, work, and plan for the establishment of a great and binding racial hierarchy, the founding of a racial empire whose only natural, spiritual, and political limits shall be liberty for the Africans at home and abroad. So this was a very important document that Malcolm Garvey put together. And all we have to do is take our inner genius, as he said, and do what needs to be done to make our people what the Creator would want us to be. And there's no doubt in my mind that that's not going to happen. Am I over, Russ? Am I over?
President, no, you're not, President Mensa. And coming up at the top of the hour, we have a special guest, y'all, from ADDI. President Mensa, you have about 10 more minutes with your division.
Okay, what I want to say within them 10 minutes before I close, I want to talk about the proposed bylaws that were passed and ratified at our convention the 25th of August, 1992. I'll just touch on the subjects. Now, there's 20 of them. The first one is repatriation. The second one is reparations. The third is incarceration of Black youth. The fourth is drugs and the problems of drug addiction. The fifth deals with homosexuality and lesbian perversion. The sixth deals with unemployment, underemployment, and commercial activities. The seventh deals with black crime. The eighth deals with boycott of other people in our communities, aliens. The ninth deals with Black family crisis. The 10th, education is public and private. The 11th, homeliness. The 12th, Southern Africa. The 13th deals with our symbol, which is in 1992 when Marcus Garvey Jr. was voted in as our President General. The body took on the symbol of wearing the ump. So that's what the 13th dialogue deals with. The 14th deal with our symbol, and the 16th deals with agriculture and food supply. The 17th deal with 1992, 500 years, basically dealing with the so-called discovery of Columbus discovering America, which we know there's some falsity in that. And the 18th deal with European unification. The 19th deal with institutional violence against African people, police brutality. And the last 20th deals with race, identity, Negro, Black, Africans, the position of the UNIA-ACL. The proper racial identifier for so-called Negro, colored, Black people of the world is African. All the people of African ethnicity in the diaspora are the Africans abroad. All the people of African ethnicity on the continent of Africa are Africans at home. Now, in closing, I want to let the world know that August 17th is Marcus Garvey's birthday. And Vision 407 is having an event in Detroit on Monday, August 17th, 2020, starting at noon and ending at 7 p.m. at Perry Park. That's at the corner of East Warren and Shane. It's free. We have limited vendors. We also require masks to be worn. We will be having seats 6 feet apart. And we are having a guest speaker, which is Dr. Umar Johnson. I'll be coming and flying in and be our guest speaker. And he'll be speaking at 4 p.m. So for more information, you can get in touch with myself at 313-739-4212, or you can get in touch with our Lady President at 313-728-4542. So, up you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will. Thank you, Chairman.
Ashe, Ashe, let's big it up for UNIA-ACL Division 407 and President Mensah and the whole family, Lady President Mukuraba, and Division 407. We find out now that they're celebrating 100 years that division has been in existence, from 1920 to 2020, and they're still going strong. And brothers and sisters, Queen Mother Moses, are you there? We're gonna have a special guest with us. Queen Mother Moses, definitely let me know when the doctor reaches. You're on mute. See if you can unmute yourself, Queen Mother. So,
I'll bless. Yes, I am definitely here functioning Simeon, the ears. Yes, the ambassador did come on briefly. She said the President General was on, so she's gone on another Zoom. So I expecting her sometime later to just bring solidarity message. We're talking about Her Excellency, Ambassador Dr. Arikana Chiambore Kwa. Blessings.
blessings. And Queen Mother Moses, you've been holding the fort since the beginning of this 24-hour tribute, boy, through the night. You and Sister Executive Secretary, Sister Crystal, kept the fire burning and blazing through the night for Garvey. And we want to appreciate, love you, President Clyde, and all the family who've been on for the 24-hour marathon and we're still here. And so please let us know as soon as the doctor arrives, we're going to bring her forward. But brothers and sisters, we have a long-time Garveyite with us. And whenever we get former president generals, you know, we got to bring them to the front of the stage because they serve a lot of years in the UNIA. And joining us from Los Angeles, California, we have the former second assistant president general in the house. And you know, when we have a former president general come, we got to bring them to the front stage. And now he's doing a lot of works in Ethiopia, back and forth to the United States. So let's welcome the Honorable Yah Davis to the 100th year celebration. Greetings, former second assistant PG. How you doing, Brother Yah? Good to see you, man. And that day in 2012 in Atlanta, when things went how they are, I said, I can't wait till I see Brother Yah again. And this day, the 100th year, is a perfect time, my brother. Welcome back, my brother, because you've been a long-time Garveyite, grew up in the UNIA. I remember the stories you used to tell. You visit Atlanta. Keep up the great works, my brother. Come on in. You know, so we got to bring you front stage and give us an update on all the works that's been happening. Because we're coming up after Brother Yah, we're going to Washington, D.C., but we had to bring in Brother Yah up front. Come on in, Brother Yah.
Ras Marvin, nice to see you, my brother, and spent some great time with you down in Atlanta. We went over to the Atlanta Penitentiary, where the Honorable Right Excellent Marcus Messiah Garvey was in tune at the Atlanta Penitentiary. And we had some great meetings at your place there when I would come through Atlanta. One God, one aim, one destiny, and I've been blessed and I've been fortunate because Marcus Garvey and the UNIA said, where are presidents? Where are our men and women of big affairs? Where are our ambassadors? So I heard what they said, what the Honorable Charles O. James said, what the Honorable Lieutenant Parks said, what the Honorable Captain Harder said, what the Honorable Captain Sharp said, what my father, the Commissioner District 12 of the UNIA and ACL and past president of Division 133, the Honorable Josie Davis, what they said. So then I worked. I learned how to speak Amharic, Ndamina, Ndaminish, Amasaganalo, and many other words. So, and then I read the books on Ethiopia, on Emperor Menelik, on Emperor Johannes. And because I did the work, because I was a member of the UNIA and ACL, because I worked with the Honorable Marcus Garvey Jr., I worked with the Honorable Dr. Julius Garvey, and I traveled to Ethiopia on another occasion. I just got back to the United States from in about a month ago. I was in Ethiopia during the time of COVID. COVID is going on right now in Ethiopia. So most everybody are wearing masks right now in Ethiopia. And what we did, I have an NGO, the Pan-African Technical Association, and I'm the executive director and one of the founding members of that. And Miles Henderson, he's assisting me with a project. And then also we have Brother Kamal, and I think they made presentations at Division 330 with respect to a great project we're working on. Now, I'd like to thank Sister Crystal. I'd like to thank Brother Mensa. I'd like to thank Sister Jasmine for supporting us. And we want to introduce this project to you all right now. And Brother Miles, you may want to send a chat to somebody. You have the promotional card. Is that available potentially? So try to find out if the promotional card is available and how you can show the promotional card to everybody. But basically what we're doing is in 2016, we created a sculpture of an African American, Colonel John Robinson, and he was invited by Emperor Haile Selassie in 1935 to Ethiopia to teach Ethiopians how to fly airplanes. And I'm a pilot also. I learned how to fly airplanes. And I wanted to honor this African American, originally from Florida, born in Florida, raised in Shreveport, Louisiana. He went to Tuskegee, got a graduate degree in Tuskegee in mechanical technologies, and then he got his wings in Chicago. He learned how to fly airplanes in Chicago in the 1920s, and he and the Black Eagle flew for Haile Selassie. And thank you, Miles. Can everybody see the promotional card? Just give me a thumbs up for all you guys. Can you guys see that, everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Division 421 said they can see that. So what we're doing is, you see the sculpture on the left of your screen there, that's Colonel John Robinson. And that's a bronze sculpture that artist Nigel Benz, we commissioned that sculpture to be made, I think in 2015. That sculpture was made in 2016. Ethiopian Airlines, they were so gracious to fly it over to Ethiopia for us from Los Angeles. And now we're working with Dr. Julius Garvey, and we're working with Dr. Julius Garvey and some of his other colleagues to create a Marcus Garvey bronze. And that Marcus Garvey bronze, you can see the clay pattern of that Marcus Garvey bronze. And that is going to be taken to Ethiopia also, similar to the Colonel John Robinson. And that was taken to Ethiopia and installed at the Ethiopian Aviation Academy. That's a $100 million facility that's in Ethiopia. And it is installed in its pilots and maintenance training building. And it has a prominent position there. When we take tours, we bring tourists to Ethiopia. And when we bring tourists to Ethiopia, as part of their tour, they can go to the facility. They can see flight simulators in the facility. They can see people training in the facility. They can see the swimming pool where we do the rafts. When those of you who've flown, you have life jackets and rafts in aircraft. So they practice with these life jackets and they practice with these rafts, and they have a huge pool where they practice with. And where you're able to see that, we take universities over there in addition to just the general public. And I was able to give a lecture on Ottawa, one of the first victories of African military over European military. As we know, one of the early victories was Hannibal back in 214 BC, when Hannibal beat the military of Rome back in 214 BC. And I got honorable members of the UNIA, Lieutenant Parks, to thank for that information. But the bronze, we like you to contribute to the bronze, like you to contribute individually toward the bronze and toward help us to get that done. Organizations can contribute, and there's various contribution levels. And there's a website that we have, it's called www.marcusgarveybronze.com. Again, www.marcusgarveybronze.com. So when you go to that website, you can, and I think Miles is pulling up that website right now, and this is the website that you can go to. And then you see we want to bring Mr. Garvey home, because as a lot of you know, Mr. Garvey never set foot on the African continent. That's a continent that he loved so much, he never set foot on that continent. So with this sculpture, what we're doing is we are symbolically taking Mr. Garvey home to the continent that he loved so much and worked hard so much. So there's an Instagram hashtag, Garvey goes home, hashtag Garvey goes home. And then there's a donate button. And the levels that you can donate or levels that you contribute at maybe Miles, if you can pull those levels up, and you can see those levels. And one level is a level where you can have your name. Your name can be on the plaque. The plaque is going to have wording on Marcus Garvey and the UNIA and ACL. And that's going to be done by Dr. Garvey himself with the help of one of our assistants. And that assistant is Kamal Grimes. And he and Dr. Garvey are going to put together those wording on the plaque. And in addition, the plaque, we have a space for your name can be on there. Your name can be on the plaque if you give at a certain level. So the contribution levels, you can give any amount that you want, and you can give at the $100 amount, and there's certain gifts that we give out at the $100 amount. There's coins that I have of Marcus Garvey, coins that commemorate the 100th anniversary of the birth of Marcus Garvey, 1887 to 1987. So there's coins. So we're going to do and Miles is pulling up the contribution levels right now. And we're gonna do a videotape. I was able to inaugurate the Colonel John Robinson bronze in Ethiopia. That was in 2016. So when we installed that, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia at that time, his name was the Honorable Haile Mariam Desalegn. And he and I and the United States ambassador, we unveiled the John Robinson bronze. And there are pictures and video of that unveiling. So we're gonna do a picture and videos of the unveiling of the Marcus Garvey bronze in Ethiopia. And Miles, you may wanna, okay, let me close my little screen here, and that's a problem. Okay, so there you see the Marcus Garvey bronze sculpture. You see Dr. Garvey on the left-hand side. You see the artist, wonderful artist, Brother Nigel Benz. I call him the almost the ageless Nigel Benz. That's what I call him, because he's up in age, but you can't tell. So these are sponsorship levels for organizations and groups and associations. So businesses and organizations, $10,000 level, the $5,000 level, and you can scroll down, $2,500 level, $1,000 level. At the $1,000 level, again, you know, your business or organization's name and logo will be placed on the bronze on our website. It would also be placed on the plaque. And the plaque is going to be there forever. The sculpture is going to be there forever, and your name, your logo. You can also put your family's name on there. You can also put, you know, a relative's name on there. You can put whoever's name you want to at the $1,000 level. And then we have the $500 level, and then there's any other amount that, you know, organization or business would like to give. And then you can also do the contributions for individuals, and thank you for pulling that up. So this is the contribution levels for individuals. Again, there's a $1,000 level, and this is where, again, your name, and you will receive installation video, photographs, certificates, and the complimentary and the commemorative coin I just talked about. At the $500 level, you receive the installation video, photograph, certificate, and the coin. At the $250 level, you receive a photograph, certificate, and the coin. At the $100 level, you receive the coin of the Right Excellent Honorable Marcus Garvey. And if you want to contribute, you know, at another amount, you can contribute any amount that you want to. So far, we've raised $5,150 toward this effort. And you can pledge a certain amount, and then you can give in a month. We don't necessarily need it right away, but those who can give right away, that would help, because we want to promote this. We want to promote this worldwide, and we want to get this to be very, very impactful. We want people to rally around this, and this gives us an opportunity to educate and inform people about Marcus Garvey, the great work that he did. And this is what we're doing. Additionally, we're going to have a tour to Ethiopia. One thing that I do is we arrange tours to Ethiopia. So there was an actor, Richard Gant. So Richard Gant acted in quite a number of movies. So he and his wife and his family came to Ethiopia, and we arranged that tour for him to come to Ethiopia. We worked with San Diego State University, and we arranged tours for San Diego State University. So now we're doing the Garvey Tour 2021 to Ethiopia. So now you have a year to save up your money to go to Ethiopia with us. And we want to celebrate next year. We want to celebrate Marcus Garvey's birthday in Ethiopia, and we will install the bronze sculpture of Marcus Garvey in Ethiopia. Right now, we're in talks with the African Union, and we're working toward installing the bronze at the African Union. African Union is a beautiful building. They have an organization called CIDO, and they deal with the diaspora. Diaspora, we're working to have us be the diaspora. So, so we're working with them. We're also working with the second in charge. The African Union is divided into two aspects. One aspect is the African Union itself, called the AU, and that's where the presidents basically, they have jurisdiction. 54, 55 African countries. Each president or prime minister is part of the branch called the African Union. And they meet once or twice a year, and they come to Addis Ababa and meet in the beautiful African Union building once or twice a year, a beautiful building. I've been there on a number of occasions. I've been to various meetings there, and there's artwork around they have a hall there called Nelson Mandela Hall. Around Nelson Mandela Hall, there's artwork that was donated by Nigeria, by Burkina Faso, by South Africa, by Egypt. And they have an older building too there too. That was one of the original African Union buildings, artwork inside that building. And then they have a building that was built in 2011, and that was sponsored a lot by the Ethiopian government, artwork inside that building, statues from Egypt, statues of the pharaohs that are inside that building. And there are saddles from Burkina Faso, and there are bronzes from Nigeria. And then I didn't see any gift from the African Americans while I was there. I didn't see any gift from the Africans in the diaspora. So we're working to make this one of the first gifts of Africans in the diaspora to the African Union. And there are two other places where we could put the sculpture. One place is the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. That's another beautiful building. That building is across from the Jubilee Palace. The Jubilee Palace is Haile Selassie's palace. It's one of Haile Selassie's third or fourth palace. It was built in the 1950s, actually. And that palace across the street is the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And that was one of the first meeting halls for the African Union. As you all know, the African Union, it was originally called the Organization of African Unity. And that organization was founded in 1963. And they had basically two camps in that organization. One camp was called the Liberia camp, and the other camp was called the Casablanca camp. And I don't know that history all that well, but I think the Casablanca camp was for the United States of Africa. And I think the Monrovia camp was a little bit more conservative, and they wanted all of the countries of Africa to have their sovereignty and then work toward some type of federation potentially. And so they used to meet at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. So what they want to do is they want to refurbish that hall. And I went to that, and I have pictures of that, and they want to refurbish that. And they also want to make a Pan-African museum there. And the director, the secretary, the director of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, her name is Vera Songwe. And I got a chance to speak on a panel discussion in the auditorium for the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. We're talking about, they have something called the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. And those Sustainable Development Goals are to do sustainable development, which one of my brothers, Kamal, he really is in the sustainable development. So they're making a Pan-African museum. So that's another place where this sculpture can be. And the final place where the sculpture could be is the University of Addis Ababa. So the University of Addis Ababa is on a place called Sadis Kilo. And Sadis Kilo means 6. So it means the 6 kilometer. So you got Amis Kilo, that means 5. You got Arat Kilo, that means 4. And that's in the Amharic language. And so the Addis Ababa University used to be Haile Selassie's university. As we all know, Haile Selassie got overthrown back in 1974. And when he got overthrown by Mengistu and the communists, they changed that name to Addis Ababa University. And Addis Ababa University has a big gate in front of it. It has 2, we call lions Ambassa. Ambassa means lion. So it has 2 Ambassas in front of it. And then it has a fountain there, and it has an institute there. And that institute is called the Institute of Ethiopian Studies. And they built a new Institute of Ethiopian Studies. The old Institute of Ethiopian Studies was in a palace. And this was Haile Selassie's palace called Lul Ganeta. Lul Ganeta. And Lul Ganeta, if I'm not mistaken, Ganeta means heaven, and Lul, I can't think of what Lul means right now, but I think it means like paradise of heaven or something like that. So that was the name of one of Haile Selassie's second palaces. So this palace got turned into the Institute of Ethiopian Studies. And Haile Selassie's father, his name was Ras Makonnen. Ras means prince. So it was Prince Makonnen. And there's a hall in the Institute of Ethiopian Studies called the Ras Makonnen Hall. And they have, I know the director of the Institute of Ethiopian Studies. His name is Dr. Marid.